Reisinger Finals, and I do have our qualifiers up on screen today. So we'll take a look at that just before we get started, about 8 minutes away from game time with the delay. Nickel is our first seed qualifier with a score of 49-64. There will be some sort of adjustment carryover going into the finals. I don't exactly know how much that is right now, but they were up there in first with Edmonds, five-handed, chasing right behind them. Then we do have a little bit of a drop in our semifinals between Team Grossack or Team Leibowitz. We have Zimmerman's team with Klukowski as the captain, and Goldberg as well up in fifth, sort of in that bunch there near the 46 mark. Then Rambeau's team with Auken and Wellen. They've played together a bunch before, this foursome, but they picked up Simon Cope and Thomas Pask for this event. And then Team Fleischer sitting in seventh, right behind them. Team Moldovsky, four-handed, comes in eighth. Silicki, a bunch of the Polish players, in ninth. And Stefan Masika, Stefan Garcia, I think this is a French team. Not that familiar with any of them, but they are in 10th. They were our last qualifier. Zagorin, who had a great start to the semifinals yesterday, from what we saw, ends up falling just short. Less than half a board separating them from 10th place. Same thing with Shori, exactly half a board separating them from 10th place. Same thing with Bramley, exactly half a board separating them from 10th. Hey, Eric. Dyson also out four-handed. We saw them put up some nice results, and as well as Tomasini's team, Not in Belt, playing four-handed with a sponsor. Very tough in this sort of event. Hammond's team didn't make it. Gupta. Team Rosenberg with Kaplan at the helm and Michael. Maybe their first time playing together, could be first of many, or maybe this just didn't work out for them. We did see a couple of unusual choices being made in the final sets that we watched with them playing, which probably contributed to their low finish. I guess the Seattle team, as people have been calling them, Anant, Drew, Jeffrey, and Ray, did not qualify. And then this final team down here, all of these teams certainly deserving of, I guess you can't see behind my webcam. I can hide it for a second. But when you're kind of in the pack with a bunch of the other squads, maybe we can say the 36s and 35, not necessarily deserving of being in the semifinals, but 2850, clearly just a team that was thrown in to fill out the movement based on their performance. So it does happen every once in a while. Jammin' says, any idea why no Wolfson team this year? Maybe they're playing in the Swiss? Probably. I mean, if you want to win a national event, the Swiss is going to be your best bet, of course. So playing in the Reisinger really is only for serious bridge competitors, and I have no idea. Wolfson's team tends to be very old, and so maybe they're just hoping to get a couple more NABC titles under their belt before they call it quits. So, no clue. Sad Raj didn't make it. I mean, it really is tough. But yeah, they were very close, half a board. So, who are the favorites coming into today? I would say... Oh, Raj says Wolfson doesn't play the fall NABC usually. I wonder why. Oh, for Thanksgiving. He wants to do family stuff. That would make sense. Yeah, the fall NABC is really hosted at a very poor time for people who have families outside of the bridge community. So if you're not like a full-time pro player and don't travel to a bunch of tournaments and aren't into just getting like Chinese food, well, like Chinese duck / turkey, a lot of the Chinese restaurants will have turkey on Thanksgiving Day, then with like a bunch of bridge players instead of your immediate relatives, then it's going to be tough to play the Fall Nationals. Nickel, you think is the favorite, George Brad? Yeah. I mean, they always look strong. They're certainly a very good team. And I mean, Greco Hampson, Weinstein Levin, two of the most long-term partnerships in the world, I would say, at this point. Eric says Rombo could be a good outside shot. No sponsor. That's true. I'm not sure how much Borda match these guys play. Obviously, they're in the finals of the Reisinger, so there are no slouches to this form of scoring. But I tend to think of Auken and Welland more as imp players than as match point players. I'm not really sure their track record in match point events, but I see them frequently do well in the team events, and I don't recall hearing them necessarily win a bunch of the pairs games. But they have a chance for sure. And I mean, Fleischer has a chance. I mean, Zimmerman has a chance, right? Like all the teams who make it to the final do have a chance to win. I think it's going to be hard for Team Leibowitz. This looks like a really strong final. Lots of excellent players. And yeah, it's going to be tough. But we got a few minutes until gameplay starts. I think Craig was planning to join me, but I don't know if he's actually going to. I guess I'll ask if he is oh shit. I have to fix a problem on YouTube. Oh, I'm so dumb. I'm the Into Bridge celeb today, and it's just been so... They didn't send me any instructions, so I just kind of winged it about how to upload the thing. But, okay, thank you. Whoever it was that just texted me, thank you. Whoopsies. Hey, Koopa, you're in San Francisco. Are you playing in the final Swiss? If so, I wish you the best of luck. Oh my god, we have so many tables. Where should we go? Let's look at the leaders to start with, huh? See how they begin the day. Where is Nickel? Found it. Nickel against Zimmerman in the first match. This is going to be a double round robin. Okay, let's go ahead and pull up the other table as well. So over the course of the day, everyone's going to play every other team twice, which means we'll be playing 27 boards in the afternoon, 27 in the evening. Hey, you made Life Master in San Francisco. Congratulations. That's super awesome. We have a different opinion at both tables on this first board. Let me see if I can get it up and running. Perfect, perfect. Okay, and also I can't see all the players. here we go. So Klukowski and Kalita. Oh, I see Craig. Hold on. Let's get him in here. Klukowski and Kalita on the right side of the screen have elected to only preempt 3 hearts on the East hand, 6-5 in the red suits over club. Definitely other options than the 3 heart or 4 heart preempt. You could show both red suits, planning to pull some diamond bid to hearts. Hey, Craig, I will be on Discord in a minute. I mean, unless you want to be on camera. If you want to do camera again, we can do that. Just let me know. I guess I'll jump in the Discord call for a minute. Hello.
Hey, how's it going? So they started a few minutes ahead of schedule, I guess?
Yeah, a couple minutes early. Did you want to be on camera or no? I mean, like it's not a big deal either way.
Let's say no for the moment, just because we're set up here. We can revisit it, if there's a break.
Sounds good.
Let me get the tables up here. Yeah, so I see people are speculating about who the favorites are in this event.
I made a comment earlier about it, so
What's your,
I mean,
who's your
Nickel was
pick?
the top qualifier, so probably gonna give it to them. But Zimmerman always does well in this event. I mean, I think this first board may well give us a bit of insight into which of these two teams is going to have a better start to the day, at least.
Yeah, although to be fair, a lot of Zimmerman's wins have an asterisk, right? They had, Fantoni and Nunez on a bunch of those teams. They
Yeah, but
did
I mean,
win a couple of years
they've
ago.
they've done well the past like 2 or 3 years in the Reisinger, so it is a different team. He has a bunch more of the Polish guys now, who
I
are
mean, it depends on
overcalling
how
two
you.
clubs on ace empty fifth vulnerable. Like, what is wrong with them?
Yeah. Well, it also depends on how you define well, right? They won in 2022, but haven't had a first or second place finish. Other than that, since they ditched Fantoni and Nunes.
Well, 2022 was a post Fantoni Nunes.
Yeah, I'm saying, but that's the only time since Fantoni and Nunes that Zimmerman has had a first or second place finish in this event.
I mean, I think they have made the finals the past few years.
Oh, sure, sure, sure. Yeah.
Which is like
And yeah,
really good, right? Like there are a lot of
yeah,
good teams that don't make the finals. Is like if you're
yes.
consistent, you have a chance to win, and just like every team has basically a 10% chance on the final day to win this thing.
Yeah, and there's a lot. It's a lot easier to come back from a bad position in this event than in an imp event.
That is true, and it does look like Zimmerman is getting started with a pretty bad position at both tables, um, letting doubled contracts make in both rooms. I mean, they're fortunate that it's not imps here, kind of compressing their bad results.
Yeah, this they're just going to lose the two red aces and five clubs here.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice all the way around. These heart preempts by East at both tables. I mean, Kalita was a little bit less aggressive and only went up to 3 hearts. He doubled 3 no to say, I have extra offense, so I'm interested in saving or competing further, which got his partner to balance with 4 hearts over 4 clubs. But then West, of course, just had like a balanced hand with some values and elected to double 5 clubs.
Yeah, and I do wonder whether this was a double that he would also make it imps. I suspect not.
It's tricky. I mean, I think Kalita would have bid his hand differently at imps. I think Kalita at imps would just
Yeah.
bid 5 diamonds over 5 clubs or 4 diamonds over 4 clubs.
Mm,
And then East West would obviously find the 5 heart bid.
yeah, I don't know whether they would have gotten doubled there on this kind of auction.
Yeah, it's tricky, right? I mean, par on this hand is 6 clubs doubled down 1 in the north. So, I mean, that's just technically because who knows if
Right.
Declare would actually pick off the Diamond King singleton. It looks like they did at the other table based on the opening bid.
I see. So they're using European scoring. The recap that we'll see from the ACBL itself will have half the number of boards that RealBridge is showing. US uses one half zero, and the Europeans use two for a win, one for a tie.
No, well, yes, I do think that they have some sort of border match scoring implemented. They didn't yesterday, at least not from
Oh,
the
well,
start.
clearly this isn't an M score 2-0.
No, they have been doing the 2-1-0 sort of
Yeah.
thing, but obviously the scores are completely meaningless for the teams, other than the north south pairs. Oh, actually, because we have all of the tables in play, if we go to the lobby, we actually have all 10 tables available.
Well,
That might mean that the scores will be accurate. I mean, it will be doubled, but
right.
hopefully it will actually keep track of every single player's score so that we can follow that throughout the
Oh,
sets.
I see what you mean. Yesterday, with 20 tables in play, the leaderboard only showed the ones who were on view graph, and that was changing every round.
Right. Yes. Um, yeah, and now once again, like the whole delay issue hasn't been solved. They did
Right.
not do a good job of actually adjusting for the 30-minute delay. Like the round is 27 minutes. I mean, you play 9 minutes aboard behind screens. Like there should be literally no delay when we're watching the round that is already 30-minute delayed.
Mhm.
But we're doing this again.
Yeah, I mean, I think, from a spectator's point of view, they can't use the Real Bridge again unless they solve that issue. I don't know whether Real Bridge is aware of, how strongly people feel about this.
Sorry, I was not at all listening to you. I was reading Eric's comments.
Oh,
I guess this is a bridge winners thing about the real bridge stuff.
yeah, I mean, no, just saying that, like, hopefully Real Bridge realizes how bad this is as a spectator experience, because this isn't watchable.
I'm certain they don't.
Yeah,
And I also look, I don't know the guys, but based on what I've seen, I do not think that these people are very strong programmers when it comes to like implementing features and
yeah,
stuff for the site.
yeah.
But hopefully they take some feedback and get some things fixed. I mean, I know this is their first time working on it, and it is at least positive that we do get to see something. So we are on to board two.
Yeah, seeing Zimmerman's style, where he is enormously aggressive, and this, multi red white with King 10 empty six is, I think, a bid that he would usually make, and possibly he's the only one in the event who opened this hand.
Yeah, we'll see. I wouldn't be a betting man on saying that he's the only one, but I do think it's pretty likely that a lot of players would pass the South cards.
Yeah, notice in the Weinstein room, West has 18 and opened one no trump, devaluing an opposite a pass partner. Again, not an action I think he would ever take at imps.
You know, they did this yesterday too. So I'm kind of convinced that they're just playing 16 to 18.
Possible.
I
Um,
I don't know. I would need to see more hands. I mean, you could be right, but like I this is the second time that Klukowski has opened an 18 count. One no.
Interesting. Yeah, maybe they have some agreement about this position too. I don't know. I mean, obviously East knew what was going on. He just jumped to 3 no trump. maybe with the five card suit, you would do it opposite of 15 to 17 to take your chances of partner as a minimum, since you can't invite here anyway. I mean, I guess you could invite with a negative double or something if you have that kind of method, but if that guarantees spades, it's not an option.
Yeah, so a little bit different information for declare at both tables. At uh, Levin and Weinstein's table, with Weinstein not opening two spades and North, or Weinstein not opening a preempt and North coming in with two hearts, declare knows North has hearts and a minor. Whereas in Zimmerman and Moulton's room, they just know that South has spades. North led the Queen of Hearts or Jack of Hearts at both tables. So declare is going to get three heart tricks. No tricks lost yet by the defenders. I mean, they've both done the same thing. So declare is going to get the same sort of friendly opening lead at both tables.
Yeah, and Levin's two heart bid is somewhat aggressive red white. I think, as we've said, a lot of, more important at imps, but third seat white red one no trumps can be, such a different range of hands that it's really dangerous to risk getting frozen out, even on a hand like North's, where it's also really dangerous to come in and risk getting doubled.
Yeah, I mean, at border match, it's dangerous to do something and it's dangerous to do nothing on a
Right.
lot of hands. That's kind of how the game works. So you just kind of, you're always taking your life in your hand whenever you come in with a
Yeah.
hand like this, but it could be just as dangerous to pass if your side has a fid. I think a lot of players at board a
Sure.
match or match points like to be a little bit more aggressive about coming in, and so that was Levin's choice here.
Yeah, and they could have tagged him for 500, except it's impossible for East West to be doubling.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely a challenge for East West to get there. I mean, neither East or West has four spades, so it's difficult for them to come in with like a negative double on either hand.
Yeah, and even if they do, if East doubles, West isn't passing with ace eight, fourth of hearts. If it goes past, West isn't reopening with that hand, 18 points or no. He's four triple three with four hearts.
I mean,
So 11.
I would definitely say that if East had doubled, West would absolutely have sat with an 18 count and four trumps.
Oh, I guess that's true. Yeah, because he has nowhere to go.
But I mean, like you just take a gamble, right? If you go minus
Yep.
670, so what? But like plus 200, it has to be a victory from West's perspective on this board.
Yeah.
So, yeah, congrats, Raj. You had a great week. I'm sorry that you weren't able to be
Yeah.
playing today, but winning the NABC event, the Solways, is a big deal. Well done.
Yeah, not just winning, but winning, the final, by such a large margin that their opponents conceded.
Yeah, that was definitely a huge result.
Yeah.
So the way that Nickel has played the hand, with North having both diamond entries, means that Nickel is, and with Nickel having used hearts to get over to the west hand, or to the east hand, sorry, to take this diamond finesse, he he's kind of made a pretty big error here in allowing North to set up the hearts. Klukowski, on the other hand, elected to cross in clubs first, but because he doesn't actually have the information that South started with a weak two in spades, he elected to play a spade to the ace. And now he was able to take the spade finesse on the second round by crossing once again in clubs to lead up towards the spade queen. South will push a diamond through. North can knock out the king of hearts and set up North's long heart. So it looks like we may be on the route to a push, or depending on how the play goes, Nickel could get himself in a little bit of trouble.
I mean, Nickel can cash out for 10 tricks if he wants to here. You think you might play another diamond? Play for. Yeah, I mean, it's true. I mean, he obviously knows Zimmerman is a hyper aggressive player, but if he does think that red white, there's a good chance Zimmerman has the king of diamonds, then he might try a diamond. North did well to play the ace of diamonds and conceal the king, and like, fine, everyone knows that it's a spot where you would false card, but sometimes you don't false card because you just don't have the holding.
Yeah, now, to that extent, if Nickel has been counting the spades, Zimmerman can't afford to throw a spade on this last club, so Zimmerman's going to get squeezed down to the stiff 10 of diamonds, in which case it's basically a show-up squeeze. I mean, I guess that's not true, no. Sorry, I was staring at North maybe keeping a bunch of diamond winners, but instead, yeah, Nickel does play back a diamond, and so Zimmerman picks up the board here because Klukowski, I mean, ended up setting up and cashing his tricks in a different order. Wow. Three hearts, two
Yeah,
spades, and five clubs were available, but you got to be aggressive at these board a match or match point scoring, and Nickel pays the price for his greed.
yeah. Although I have a lot of sympathy there, right? It's a spot where not only is it gonna, um, you know, be often right to be greedy because everyone could have just had the king of diamonds, but you have to figure if everything is normal, Steve Weinstein opened two spades too, and they're gonna play it the way he did at the other table. Just play him for one of the cards. So he knows that if he cashes out, he's risking losing the board in that way. So it's a tough board match position.
Oh, for sure. But I do think that he could have been a little bit more careful in how he managed his entries to the East hand. If he had crossed in clubs the same way that Klukowski did, he wouldn't have risked setting up all of North's hearts because when
Yeah, that's
North
true.
got in with the Ace of Diamonds, he would still have the King 10 of Hearts and dummy to protect the suit. So
Yeah, that's very true.
I think there was probably an opportunity to be a little bit safer, and so maybe I would say like a little bit of technique ended up costing him, and these small percentage differences add up over a full board or over a day's worth of play. So
Yeah, so we're seeing kind of a methods difference on three, where at the Weinstein Levin table, kind of a normal American one no forcing to show your three card limit raise, or probably semi forcing, and Multan bidding two no trump. I think this is any limit raise, and they have a different sequence for the game forcing spade bids.
Emmanuel has asked you, Craig, to turn off your Discord sounds.
Um, sure, if you tell me how to.
uh Let me see.
Yeah, like I'm looking at the settings. This might take me 10 minutes to find it.
Emmanuel, can you instruct Craig how to turn off his Discord sounds?
Um, it says desktop notifications are off. Hmm.
It's just the beep every time you get a
No, no, I
message.
understand.
Yeah.
I'm looking and I don't see it. If you, I apologize. I know it's annoying. If you could tell me, I'll try. You know,
Yeah.
I'm looking for it. This may take a while. So if you know where it is, please tell me.
I I suspect that if you open up Streamlabs, Discord might ask you if you want to go into streamer mode, and if you click on that, it will mute the stuff.
Maybe because like I'm in my Discord notification settings and I don't see anything. It says disable all notification sounds. Let's see if that
Are you on Windows or Mac? He asks.
Windows.
Windows. Okay. In the meantime, I'll take a look at
All right.
Four
Well,
Spades.
what I just did might have done it. So I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. West led the Jack of Hearts to the ace at one table, whereas Nickel elected to lead a spade against the four spade contract.
Yeah, I like the
Spade
spade
lead.
lead.
Yeah, I mean, spade lead could be a bit dangerous, but I think what happened is 3-0 probably showed a six spade, is what's going on.
Yeah, but so did
And,
two spades.
well, yes, yes, yes. Um, but at Klukowski's table, he doesn't know the opponents have a nine card spade fit, whereas at Zimmerman's table, Nickel does. So,
Oh, is what you're saying? Yeah, yeah.
yeah. Um, Emmanuel says, I mean, have you gotten a message in the past minute?
I have no idea because they
Oh,
don't pop up. The beep
uh,
goes off, but they're not popping up, so I have no idea.
oh, okay. Um, yeah, we think it worked, whatever you just did.
Hopefully. Yeah, I don't have pop-ups enabled, so I have no idea if people are messaging me.
Okay, back to the play problem. I mean, Weinstein has played the hand relatively quickly. It looks like East found a diamond switch after getting in with the heart ace, and that allowed Klukowski to just basically cash out. He was able to score the diamond king and the club ace. After the spade lead, Zimmerman has a chance to do better, but it's going to be real tough because, I mean, he doesn't know that the diamond hook is losing.
And what's your plan here? Like you'd really love to be in dummy pretty early in the hand, but obviously you're gonna want to run this to your hand. So maybe just win this and play a hard and and go from there.
I mean, I would be tempted to believe that spades are 2-2 for this lead. Like, I guess
Go right up
West
to the
could have
king.
three
Yeah.
small, but I think most of the time West with three small spades would lead the deuce rather than the four. So I would be
Yeah, going
tempted
over the
to
king
just
is
play the
reasonable.
seven of spades.
Well, you could,
Obviously,
I mean, I wonder, you could go up with the king of spades and, if the queen pops up on your right, drop the eight and now have two entries.
yeah, but I think the seven of spades is pretty likely to give us a second entry anyway. Like, East is never covering with Queen Doubleton here.
And we could also play the five of spades and win it with the eight and guarantee two entries.
I mean, we'll have a hard rough entry anyway. I,
Yeah,
I
fair.
think I think the main question is, do we play on diamonds or do we play on clubs as south? I think that has to be the real question here.
So I personally like clubs because if you go up with the king and lead a club, I don't know what this particular East will do. A lot of East would, at border match, probably go up with the ace in case South is stiff queen.
Yeah, that's a reasonable thought.
Now the diamond goes away, so you don't have to worry about the finesse.
Yeah, but so if East doesn't go up with the ace, are we putting in the 10 of clubs or are we playing the queen?
Probably the queen, because you're not gonna want, I think, bet the whole board on that play when you can possibly win the queen and pass the 10 later, since that's 100% safe. Oh no, sorry, yeah. So, I think like you win the queen and pass the 10 and guarantee a diamond pitch, but some of the time the diamond finesse was working, and now that's gonna cost you a trick.
Right. Yeah. I mean, this is not an easy hand to play, and obviously Zimmerman's been thinking about it for like 10 minutes. The Trump lead is a little bit devious from Nickel.
Yeah, well, behind screens, you can't get as little extra help from Multan. Well, I guess he can, but not this early in the play. But yeah, I don't know. I think I'm kind of selling myself on King of Spades low club or Seven of Spades low club.
Sure.
On the other hand, like the thing about the Seven of Spades is if you say East would never cover, but if East figures out why you're playing the Seven of Spades, they should cover to deny you the entry.
Yeah. But I mean, like, we can always rough a heart anyway. So it's not like,
Right.
it's not as if East covering is necessarily that bad for us. Like, they're going to get in with a heart and play a second spade anyway. So, oh, wow. East puts up the queen when Declare plays low from dummy. I have the feeling Zimmerman's just going to go ace and a diamond. That's probably the play at imps. And maybe it's okay to just go plus here. Like, if we start messing around, we could easily go down.
Yeah, I mean, at Imps, obviously, that would be a pretty big consideration. And by the way, East did put up the queen even on the play of the five.
Yeah.
Um, I think at Boredom match, going down, just isn't that big a deal, especially if you think the contract is the same with the other table and you have an edge in the play. So I don't like this ace and a diamond play. Like he's obviously somehow figured out West has the king of diamonds. That seems to be putting a lot of stock in that opening lead.
No, I don't think it has anything to do with that. I think it's just, this does feel safe to go plus.
Yeah.
And I mean, who knows? Maybe sometimes West wins the Diamond King and tracks a low club, right?
Right. Yeah, it's true. Or plays another trump that's really good for us.
Yeah. Yeah, if I was nickel, I would definitely cash the King of Hearts right now. And then I guess at that point, Declare has to have the Club Queen, right? Like, what else could they have? They have Ace Jack of Spades, Ace of Hearts, or sorry, Queen of Hearts, Ace of Diamonds. I guess it's barely possible with an 11 count. Um, but I think partners should give us suit preference on the King of Hearts, is the reason that I want to play the Heart King. Like, I want to retain the lead in case I need to lead a low club through Dummy's King, and partner should signal when I lead the Heart King. We know partner has the Ace of Hearts because we trust Declare's line of play.
Right.
Declare's line of play, if they had Ace Doubleton of Diamonds or Ace Third of Diamonds or whatever, they would have gone Ace of Hearts Heart Rough and taken Diamond Finesse. So
Right.
100% we can guarantee that partner has the Ace of Hearts. But okay, four spades making four was a push at both tables.
Yeah, so our two leaders have split the round. I believe the seeding for the final of the Reisinger is just tables 1 through 10 are your finishes in the semifinal.
I mean, this was the first and third teams coming in.
Let's see. And it's arbitrary. The teams are going to play 3 boards against each of the other 9 teams in each session, so the order in which you play them really doesn't matter a ton.
Well, I'm gonna say no because it is a barometer in the Reisinger, and like some teams probably are favored to come out with a
Yeah,
win. So like if Nickel and Zimmerman played each other in the very last round, then that would probably be the most exciting because they're two
sure.
teams that might be likely to be vying for first place going into the last few boards.
Yeah, no, that's right. It's been compared to the seeding of a multi-section pair game or a knockout where your opponent in that moment really matters. Here, you're playing the same number of hands against every other team. fine. You don't want to play five tough teams in a row and then the five weaker teams or four weaker teams, but it sort of doesn't really matter what order you do this in.
Yeah, it is true. Like there is some randomness based on the boards you get. I mean, if you're playing up against the better teams, you kind of want the boring boards, and if you're playing up against the weaker teams, you want the swingy boards. Um,
Yeah.
but ultimately, at the end of the day, you have no control over which boards are swingy and which aren't. So, on balance, it's going to come out the same what order you play the teams in.
Yeah, and I didn't look at the full composition of the final, but um, kind of glanced at it yesterday and looked like it was a pretty strong final.
It is. There are a couple four-handed teams that kind of squeaked through in the last few spots. I think Waldowski's team, and then there's a Polish team, and then there's a French team that are all four-handed, but most of the other teams are five or six. Many have sponsors, but I think some don't.
Yeah, the Polish team was totally unfamiliar to me. Moldavsky and Daub have won this event before, so um, I think not one of the favorite teams, but certainly a very strong team.
Yeah, and Zimmerman's ex teammates, Brink and Draver, are on the squad that came in second today. Edmonds.
With Grosek and Helgamo. So, I think we saw Grosek and Helgamo were, a little, maybe a little out of sync in the solo way, but matters less here is when you have, like one of the best trick takers in the world and Gary Helgamo on your team. If the bidding is a little random, who cares?
For sure. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like, taking tricks is just so, so, so important at this form of scoring. And also just being able to evaluate if you get to an unusual contract. Like, that's one of the big strengths of. I think that's one of the big differences between like world class and expert declarers is that the world class ones will be like, hey, the other table's not going to get here. They'll be playing two no trump. I'm in three diamonds. I need to make sure that I score better in three diamonds than they do in two no trump, sort of thing. And that's something that I'm sure that Helgamo and Grossack would both be very, very, very good at.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think, board, like everyone knows, like, oh, border match, you got to take as many tricks as possible, which is true. But the really great border match players are the ones who are great bridge theorists, like, Mexrith and Rodwell, obviously, like, brilliant imp theorists, but also really good border match and match point theorists. And they won a bunch of times with Nickel, but a bunch of times before they started playing with Nickel. They won the Reisinger in 1979, long before playing on the Nickel team was even, a thing.
Okay, I have moved tables. We're into the next round. I moved to
Yeah.
Siliki versus Masika. These are the Polish team versus the French team, both
Yeah, I
four-handed.
know. I know nothing about either of these teams, so let's see the form that got them into the final here.
Yeah, very, very fast auction on the first board from Masika, Garcia, and Tweez, or Tuye over
Yeah, not
here.
just fast bidding. The play has been lightning fast too to the first few tricks.
They get to four spades. I mean, they have two red suit losers and a club loser in that contract off the top. Clubs do split, spades do split. Looks like Declare should be comfortably making four spades, and they do. Just pulling trumps and setting up the club suit.
Yeah, obviously with diamonds three and south, even if they get a heart lead into the ace queen, it's totally irrelevant. Nothing is going anywhere.
Right. Yeah, the defense just needs to be able to cash out diamonds when they get in at some point with their club trick. And even then, it probably isn't all that relevant. Declare only has 10 tricks available, five spades, four clubs, and the ace of hearts. So
Yeah, right. If they don't cash out the diamonds, declare us to draw trumps anyway, and it's going to be stranded with some losers at the end.
exactly. So not that interesting of a board. We'll take a look at board 5 while they kind of slowly bid up to 4 spades. Pass by North, a spade by East with the 13 count. West can game force with 16, 2 clubs. And where might they end up on this one? I mean, East doesn't have that great of a hand.
No, and I wonder, if you're playing a spade past two clubs is, yeah, like if two clubs could be two, which I think it could be for most modern expert partnerships, East can't raise clubs here, so you kind of avoid getting to a high level club contract probably because no one ever bids the suit naturally.
Yeah, that seems pretty likely. Um,
Very common for a spade or a hard past two clubs to be two plus, all your kind of, balanced game forces and two diamonds guarantees a 5 card suit. And, whatever. It's not great if you have clubs, but the alternative is to have both clubs and diamonds not be real suits, and that's worse.
oh my. North South missed the spade game at
Wow.
the table on the right. So this is going to be a pickup to Team Masika. I mean, I figured this might have been the flattest board in the entire set, but South with only 11 highs elects not to push for the vulnerable game, and that ends up costing them here. I mean, I'm a little bit surprised, especially given East double, South looking at no wasted values in either red suit as well as a singleton heart. Must expect that their hand fits pretty well with partner over there, but it seems like South made a help suit game try in diamonds, and North was not pleased about their doubleton diamond for whatever reason. Wow.
Yeah, very conservative. I think South probably put a little too much stock in East bidding, but we don't know how light the polls open at um, the table where they missed the game. So, if he has a reason to believe that his partner often just won't have enough to make this game playable, then he knows that better than we would.
Right, right.
And partner could have had King Queen of Hearts instead of Ace Queen and Jack of Clubs or something. Although, I hate getting into this position where you're like constructing specific hands to talk yourself into an action that you kind of know is probably wrong. Here, I don't know, like you have a 5 card suit, 11 points, partner opened the bidding and you found a fit, an 8 card spade fit. Like the normal action is 4 spades. So we can start constructing these hands that make 4 spades bad. It's like they could exist, but why are we deciding they exist?
And also, I think this goes along the lines a little bit of what I had talked about yesterday, which is that a lot of people talk about board to match as bid like imps, play like match points. So you do kind of want to stretch for some of these games because if the other table misses it, or if your teammates have a disaster and go for 500, you have a way to cover for that. And just bidding
Yeah,
and
very
making
good
a
point.
game is going to earn you a win on a board if the other table has a whole plethora of results that aren't them bidding and making games. So, like once you get there, you still need to play for your over tricks because you expect the other table to be there as well.
Right.
But it's very beneficial to go for these big plus positions. So a bit of a miss. I've been keeping an eye a little bit on the 3 no trump contract. North got off to the wrong opening lead. I mean, it's tough, but I think on an auction where neither opponent supported spades, North should know that a stiff spade lead is probably a good decision, given that they're so light in high card points on an auction like this. Instead, they went for a heart away from the queen 10, blew a trick at trick 1. So we could see an over trick difference on this board. But I guess we'll see how it plays out in the other room. One Under Trick Wonder asks, are we a fan of help suit bids? I mean, personally, me, no. I think that is terrible to it's worth a trick to conceal declarer's hand. That's my feeling about it. So I would prefer to just blast a game, or to make three spades just a catch-all game try than to describe my hand and let the opponents defend double dummy and lead double dummy for that matter. I don't know what your thoughts are, Craig.
Yeah, I mean, like, I play them because there's not really good alternative use for the bid, but the number of times I actually do it is really, really limited. It just has to be like I say, it has to be something where both the information to your side is valuable and the information to the opposing side isn't.
Right. Like these sorts of auctions, a player bids help suit in diamonds and then their partner doesn't accept. The player on lead just gets to lead the ace of diamonds all the time. And
Right.
now the
I
defense
don't.
cashes out diamonds.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure the ace of diamonds is going to be a great lead a lot of the time though, because help suit could be, king third or queen third.
Yeah, but like that's good, right? Like if we catch king third and dummy, we go ace and a diamond through the king. We
Oh,
set
no, no,
up
no,
two
well,
diamond
hang on, wait a
tricks.
second though. It goes a club, a spade, two spades raised, three diamonds on your right. If three diamonds, the help suit game try was based on king third or queen third, you don't want to be leading the ace without holding on your right.
No, no, not if it's on our right, but if it's in dummy. Um,
Right, but normally it'll be on our right because
oh,
they
you're
bid the suit and they're making the game try.
yeah, fair. That's true. Um, but I
Yeah, I
mean,
think the
like the
modern
defense
style
knows
is
how to defend. Anyway,
right.
it's
And you'll have inferences also. It's not just that you have the inference about the suit. If the guy rejects the help suit game try, well, okay, he doesn't have a diamond honor, and here's what we think the spade honors are, and here's my hand. You can get a pretty good read on the other suits once you have a pretty good handle on his strength in the two suits that they've bid, the trump suit and the help suit. So, it does make things very easy. The time to do it, I think, is also when you have a slam try, like I bid three diamonds help suit on ace queen third in a 16 count or 17 count. Partner jumps to four spades, showing the king of diamonds. Great, now I just blackwood. Like, now that's really useful information to my side, and it doesn't help the opponents at all. But yeah, just doing it like, to find out if partner has the queen of diamonds. Yeah, like that I hate. Anyway, uh,
so four hearts on board six. I've just been watching this table a little bit
yeah,
while you've been discussing the help
yeah.
suit tries. Mixed raise, it looks like, is what happened. North had made a takeout double. Ace of clubs opening lead. The defense does have four tricks if they don't lose one of them along the way here. Um,
Yeah, king of
Trump
spades, just
switch
king of
from North.
diamonds.
Hey, no
Yeah,
Trump.
you say if they don't lose one, but um, I mean, like maybe it's just like thinking like queen of clubs, pitch a spade, but now they just trade a spade loser for a club loser, even if they can manage to catch that fourth club,
Right. Yeah.
or
Yeah.
three club.
Declare doesn't have some sort of free loser on loser play that they can make. So they do lead a diamond up. And oh my God, we
Well,
have Masika really going for the knockout early. And the right side of the screen, they're all the way up in six clubs. They're off the club queen. It's going to be a bit of a challenge to pick it up. But wow.
well, hang on a second here. I was about to say if North plays the king of diamonds, this isn't going to be good for him. I think he needed to play low and let South win and play a spade through, since South is the hearts and is falling to four diamonds. Now we can go with the ace of spades, shake two spades on diamonds, and rough two spades.
Yeah, Declare is going to have to read that that has happened.
Yeah.
Um, and it might be easier given the takeout double because,
And the king of diamonds play looked kind of strange to me, right? Like, it's one thing if Dummy had, like, the queen jack or something, and Declare didn't have a profitable finesse because he didn't have the spots, and, like, you think they might be trying to steal it. But here, Dummy had 10 doubleton.
yeah. I mean, I think it was a pretty poor play. Absolutely. So Declare does go up with the spade ace. We'll see if they how carefully they plan it out. I mean, I think you play a heart to the king now because you can always rough a club back to the west hand, and if trumps are 2-2, you can just claim.
Right.
And then I think you rough a club back, queen jack of diamonds, pitching spades, and then adopt the cross rough line that you were talking about.
Yeah. And as long as the queen of diamonds cashes to pitch the first spade, you break even at worst because you pitch the jack of diamonds. If pitching your last spade is the guy roughs it, it hasn't cost you anything.
Right. So
What? Oh, sorry. I thought he would. I was like, wait. I thought I saw him play a diamond, not a heart. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so he's
yep.
adopting your line. I think that seems pretty sensible.
Yeah, you go heart to the king, and I think Declare has a complete count on the shape at this point, given the takeout double. Let me get back to No Trump's question. Why are we waiting between hands? I don't have a good answer for.
Whoa.
Oh, wait. This is not good enough, right?
No, this only works when you're roughing out the king of spades on the next trick. I wonder if he miscounted his winners or something.
Wow, four hearts down one. Oh no. So I would
So,
say that we've seen some pretty big blunders all around by both teams in this match. I don't think I saw much of these teams play yesterday. Obviously, they got into the final of the Reisinger, but this is not the quality of play that we would expect to see throughout most of the day from most of the teams, for sure.
in answer to the delay question, the Reisinger movement looks very much like a match point movement with three board rounds. So the round can't start until every table is done. They play the same board simultaneously. So in the real room, every table has to finish board six before they can call the change. Yeah, I mean, the Reisinger, like, as strong as the final always is, there's also usually one or two teams that are not bad teams. They're still, strong expert teams, but teams where it's an outperform, like, where there's 10 very good but not world-class teams in the semifinal and 10 world-class teams, and of those, like, eight world-class teams qualify and two of the very good teams, outperform and it's their day and they make the final. Like, that's a really common setup for a Reisinger final. So these two probably are this year's teams in that category.
Sure. Yeah, this six club sequence, and now Declare's not going to get the clubs right. I mean, this king of clubs play is a pretty big error. Not that it matters with the result in the other room, but Declare should know that when North doesn't lead a singleton, even though it's in Dummy's bid suit, that North has the club queen. So I guess Declare actually can exit in clubs here. They have stripped the hearts, they can exit a club, and Declare has one more chance to get out for down one, guessing the diamonds on the diamond return.
Yeah, not that it matters, but if he gets it, or if she gets it right, at least it'll be a little bit of, you know, a little bit of an ego boost to at least have gotten something right on this deal.
Yeah, so diamond comes. There are only three board rounds, though, by the way. So that's why the
Yeah.
left side of the screen is done playing. We don't have board seven up yet because this is the end of the round.
Yeah, so in fact, we will have to wait until the right-hand table plays board six before we see board seven in any table.
Okay, Declare misguesses the diamonds. Six
Yeah.
clubs does go down two.
Yeah, so this, Four Hearts is supposed to be down one, but if East West stop in three or somehow manage to make it on similar misdefense that they capitalize on, they do have a chance to win the board and come out ahead for the round. I mean, I think it's kind of normal to get to game, like whether it goes a hard. North is always going to make this takeout double. East is always going to show a mixed raise. And I think the West hand is an acceptance, even with two queens and two jacks.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's kind of going back to this whole bid like imps philosophy. At
Right.
imps, West would just absolutely bid a game. Stiff club, you assume that your hand fits with partner because that's kind of the optimistic bidding at imps that usually results in your side getting to these thin games and going plus. And if East's hand was a little bit more suitable, if that queen jack of clubs was somewhere else, either the king of diamonds or king of spades, then four hearts would be making.
Yeah, I think the West hand, yeah, it's a little soft, but Queen Jack fourth is a holding that a partner has any help there at all. We belong in a game and there's just no way to find out. And some of the time he has no help at all. We also belong in a game, so
Right, right. Oh no, no! I this might be the same player who overcalled two clubs yesterday. I can't take this.
I mean the hand that you sent me yesterday, I thought two clubs was incomprehensible, but this one's even worse.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you just have a perfect takeout double. Like the reason you make takeout doubles is you're trying to get to a major suit. And with the opponents having opened a heart on your right, you have four spades. So I,
Yeah, and you're also just trying to get to the best partial, and two clubs is probably not the way to do that. I mean, if your hand is much stronger, you can bid two clubs on a shape like this and then plant a double hearts. But here, that's not in your plan. This is a one bid hand.
yeah, I mean, I do find it interesting at a lot of these international type of events seeing different styles of playing bridge, and I would even go as far as to say like this is a style that this north south pair has adopted, and some of the other players in the event have adopted these like two club overcalls a la Gib, like 10 high card points, 5 card suit, let's go, sort of thing. But I think most of the world has realized that this is just losing bridge, and so they don't do it. Um, yeah, I don't know what more to say about it, but
Yeah, I mean, sometimes when players make bids like this, it's because they haven't, played at high levels and, realized that they can get hurt, or just, haven't hung around in expert circles and kind of had the logic of why different actions are better or worse. Here that's not really possible, right? This is a pair that made the Reisinger final, took the trouble to travel from Poland to San Francisco to play bridge. You know, they're experts. They know the theory. They just don't care.
yeah, this North might be a junior. I'm not sure. I think someone mentioned
Oh,
to
that's
me one of the
possible.
Polish players was a junior the other day. Ooh. Okay, so now Declare just does have a chance to make it. And
No.
What?
North is 65 years old.
Is he? Okay.
Oh, sorry. There is a chess player of that name who's 65 years old. I wonder if it's the same. It might well be the same guy.
It could be. Um, I okay. Harry says that Bach, um, not the
Bach is junior.
musician, but West at the other table is the junior. Got it. Um, so I'm going to say a second thing for North's benefit. I mean, I can't imagine that North South are going to watch this recap. Maybe they will. Maybe someone will direct them here afterwards. But when the opponents make this sort of Q-bid limit raise, one of the main features that West is going to be looking at to determine if they want to accept the game try is going to be their holding in the suit that you overcalled. So West holding with three small clubs would never, ever, ever have bid four hearts over three clubs here. That would be an absolute lunatic bid from West, because from their perspective, it's just going to go ace king of clubs and a club rough always at tricks 1, 2, and 3. when they have that holding. So when North cashed a high club and South signaled with the 10, discouraging, you should 100% place clubs 3-1 the other way that declare has
Right.
the singleton club. So,
Yeah, well, I think especially here, when a club, two clubs, three clubs, there's a bid between three hearts and three clubs. So if West wanted to, like, I agree with you, West couldn't have three little clubs, but especially, if they wanted to, like, give partner one last chance to make the decision, they could have been three diamonds. Four hearts, absolutely. If someone has three clubs, it's got to be South.
yeah, yeah, for sure. So, I get what North was playing for. I think it is. I would go beyond saying that it is anti-percentage. I think it's mostly just a nullo that North made there. So there were a couple of, I think, relatively large errors that North made on this deal. I mean, one overcalling two clubs instead of doubling, and then the defense afterwards, subsequently.
Yeah. Yeah, there's obviously Rob himself is a chess and bridge player. Not a ton of overlap, but there's certainly some players who've excelled at both games. Michael Rosenberg, Irina Levitina. Um, I'm sure there are others that I forgot. Barnett Shankin. I think Barnett was a chess player as well as a bridge player. Um,
I don't know most chess players who are also bridge players, but
there's some,
I'm
not a ton.
I'm sure that there are a lot of people bridge players who play chess, but I feel like
Oh
the
yeah, yes. I mean expertise,
right,
not
right, right,
just
right. Yeah.
go
Like
onto chess.com twice a month.
right, 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 right. Yeah, I don't know what the percentage overlap is between like expert chess and expert bridge players.
Yeah, I mean I know Walenkin played chess pretty soon, like competitively. Through I think maybe early high school before discovering bridge, but then gave up chess entirely when he started playing bridge.
Got it.
Yeah, I think the games are just so different that I wouldn't like pure bridge and poker. You expect a lot of overlap. Bridge and chess don't have a ton in common as games.
Ah, okay. So we think maybe it's a four-handed team with a sponsor, the Silicki team, and that
Interesting.
North
Okay.
was the or North is the sponsor of the team. Um, that that would make more sense.
I feel like we might have seen Kowalski play before.
Yeah, could
Taking a
be.
look here. Yeah, I'm looking at his WBF page, whether he's played in any recent tournaments that we've had coverage of. Let's see. Um, he played in the European. He played in Marrakesh in the transnational, but it looks like not the Bermuda. Maybe not. Maybe you're just confusing it with some of the other polls.
Gotcha. I've moved to the Edmonds table for the next segment or the next set.
Thanks.
Boards are not up
Yeah, I always
yet.
forget that I have to back out and come back in.
Yeah.
Um, what number table is that, please?
It has Zach Grossack
There, I
North.
got it.
Yeah.
Rumbo versus Edmonds. Cool. Thanks.
Hey, Schmeeble. Jake asks, are
Hello.
Draver and Brink permanently kicked from Zimmerman, or is it temporary? I mean, I don't think anything is less expensive pairs.
Yeah, I think someone also told me that he was planning to step back from playing North American Bridge as seriously as he has. So yeah, Brink and Driver are moving to the Fleischer team, I believe starting next summer because these deals are full year deals. But I'm not 100% sure of when that arrangement starts. And then Fleischer is losing Versace Cementa, replacing. So it looks like we do not have the next roundup. Is that correct? Yeah.
No, not yet. Schmeeble, I don't have enough screen real estate, unfortunately, to get both west at the table on the right and east at the table on the left on screen. So it is Brink,
Yeah.
and then if I hide the board, we have Simon Cope there sitting east at the other table.
Yeah, and the Fleischer team is, always very dangerous, and it feels like that's definitely an upgrade. I mean, the Italians obviously are one of the best pairs in the world, but even at that level, there are subtle differences, and I think Fleischer's getting a better pair. Certainly getting a younger pair, which is valuable.
Yeah, for sure. Finals of a number of knockouts with the current team, um, going back a couple of years.
Yeah, I'm not sure. And I believe they had a team trials win pretty recently, but of course, very different teams. Into the NABC's Fleischer plays with foreign pairs apart from his partner Chip Martell.
Right. Yeah. I think Fleischer was USA 1 for the Bermuda Bowl in 2023, if I remember.
Wikipedia says they were actually USA 2,
Okay.
but they also won in 2024, which would have been for the 2025 Bermuda Bowl. So I guess they would have been USA 1 this year.
No, 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 no. That was the World Championships in Buenos Aires. We have boards.
Oh, yeah, 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 got it, got it. Um, and they won the Soloway last year.
Okay, okay. Yeah, so I mean, they've done really well with this current team roster. Maybe they just want a change of scenery. Um, but we do have boards on the table. We are already underway with the auction. I mean, it seems like the delay gets a little bit sped up because when we start the play. So not ideal. We would like to see the action in real time. We do have a couple of no Trump openers on the table. We'll see if Kulin elects to also overcall two hearts, hearts and a minor, if they have a different way to show that hand, or if he wants to make a penalty double.
Yeah, I think I like the double. I think pass is okay. Don't love two hearts, but I think it's fine. I mean, the problem with two hearts is I feel like, if it goes all pass, we're going to be so nervous waiting for the dummy. And we have a hand that if we defend one no trump, we might not be unhappy at all.
Yeah, certainly true. I mean, you just lead a low heart at trick one against one no, and you have plenty of entries. Hopefully, we can just force out the heart suit. So Kulin does double. North redoubles, probably for rescue. I don't know if this is going to be a one suited run out or a two suited run out, but we will take a look. East has
Well,
a
yeah,
big
East is going
decision
to
to
bid for
make.
sure. I think East should bid here, like maybe even three spades. Like, who cares about the run out? We have a hand that's often going to make a game. We have to start showing it. Yeah, he bids four spades.
Okay, four spades.
Yeah, I mean, knowing that her partner's stuff is all well placed, I think she's pretty comfortable committing to a 10-trick game here.
Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be quite a nice result for Team Goldberg. South leads the ace of clubs, does get to cash three quick tricks, but then East can just claim. She's got all the rest. Rough the third round of clubs high, and then pull trumps. And of course, at the other table, after the two heart overcall, with East bidding two spades, West, I, I think a pretty big error to pass two spades with the West hand.
Yeah,
East isn't bidding
agreed.
two spades with a zero count just to try and improve the part score. East is bidding two spades in some sort of constructive fashion. I mean, certainly they don't like your suits, but that's okay. I mean, West didn't like their suits either. West had a pretty middling King Jack fifth, Ace Queen fourth in their two suits. So, yeah, I do think West made a gross underbid of passing two spades in the other room, severely punished for it,
Are
and
we sure
a
West is a
nice win to
junior?
Goldberg.
Are we sure that West is a junior in that room?
I mean, it is kind of junior typical, right? Like, you overcall very aggressively, and partner frequently is going to pull your overcalls because they know that you have nothing. So,
Yeah, that's true.
but yeah, I mean, it could just be the case that maybe they're playing an unfamiliar system. I mean, maybe West is used to playing penalty doubles and didn't have one available, and so overcalled two hearts but didn't know how to follow it up if partner didn't have support. But it would be a good thing to talk about for sure. I don't know what the best bid on West is over two spades. I mean, I think you could bid two no, which you would probably have to discuss what that means, but it should be some sort of forward going bid. You could probably raise two spades to three with ace doubleton. A partner wouldn't really expect you to have three card support most of the time in this situation.
All right, hang on a second. I just noticed something that I'm finding very confusing.
Yeah.
We're watching two different teams play, or four different
Uh,
teams.
oh, sometimes they
Right, so
don't.
we don't know though. Do we know which one is right and which one is wrong?
No, no. I have
Okay.
I have no idea which one's right, but sometimes they don't update the team names, I guess is
Right.
the
So we
point.
were saying that it was Marion and Parola, but it might not have been.
That's true. Yeah. Jeffrey, I mean, if you can't hear me, I don't know how to help and explain that I don't think other people have that problem, but maybe people on YouTube can let me know if the stream has gone down. I can pull up my own YouTube, but please let me know what's going on.
Yeah, so let's see, we've got a mini no trump equal white, a little unusual. Most pairs that have played it that we've seen so far have been playing it only favorable. So penalty double by East and a probably natural redouble by South. No, I'm sorry, take out redouble since not alerted, but North pulled. And in the other room, North South got to three clubs. So we'll see whether East West are inclined to go farther than that.
Yeah, the weak no Trump strikes, right?
Yeah, so three clubs looks to be down one to me, right? At least two spades, two hearts, a diamond. Probably that's it. With the jack of hearts on side, we can set up some tricks there, even if we draw trumps and don't have so many of those left. So
Yeah, I mean, that sounds right to me. Um,
I mean, they'll have to get a diamond going, otherwise two of them can go away on the hearts possibly.
yeah, and in the meantime, at the other table,
Nah, never mind. That's not even going to happen. But yeah, two hearts east west is probably going to be the auction here. Like Leo's really thinking about bidding two spades here. Or doubling, I guess, but I think two spades is more likely if he acts.
he has club support.
Yeah, but I think redouble if it was rescue, two clubs didn't show clubs, it just, obeyed orders.
I mean, I
I
think
mean, hard to
what's
know without alerts and explanations, but if that's the interpretation, then yeah, he does bid two spades.
yeah. So I mean, I think two clubs was probably a playable club suit. Like North would. It sounds as if redouble is bid four card suits up the line.
Oh, I was thinking that redouble was two places to play and two clubs was just obeying orders.
It's possible, yeah. But would you do that on the south hand with 4-4? I mean,
I mean, I don't, I don't think I would, but maybe it's forced in their methods. Maybe they'll turn if they can't play one no exactly doubled, he might not have had a choice.
sure, sure. Yep.
I mean, my strong preference playing a weaker mini no trump is, or any level of no trump, any range of no trump is that you can play one no exactly doubled, but some players play you can't, so you can't pass and then wait for a redouble and pull. That just means something different. So it might be forced in their methods.
Yeah, let me check and see if we have a different Edmonds table. We do have a different Edmonds table.
Yeah, so three clubs did go down the expected one. I'll look
Okay,
for a new
I've moved on from the Goldberg against whoever match, and I've pulled up the other Edmonds table, at least as advertised. So in this room, North South got to a no trump on board 8.
Yeah, this seems like a pretty normal auction. Slightly an opening by North, but everyone would do it these days, I think. Spade overcall, natural no trump by South, and that's that.
Yeah, spade lead went to the queen for Draver, who switched to the 10 of diamonds, trying to get some diamond tricks set up. Also, East knows about the spade stopper from South, both from the opening lead as well as the fact that South bid a no trump. So East didn't really want to cash out spades and set up that jack. Wanted to go about setting up his sides side source of tricks and expected it to be in diamonds, just looking at dummy.
Yeah, and giving Declare that Queen of Diamonds didn't really concede anything.
No, Declare could always do that themselves. So now Declare in one no has to, I guess, count tricks a little bit. The defense can take 3 spades, 2 hearts, and 2 diamonds once they knock out the diamond ace.
Well, do we want to start by playing 4 rounds of clubs to make them discard something? Because probably whatever they discard is going to be good for us.
I'm thinking about that. That would lose access to the jack of spades, and then East wouldn't have to avoid cashing spades. I mean, it looks pretty natural to play heart to the 10 as. Whoa!
That's a really big. I mean, maybe he worked out that his only chance was for 7 tricks was that, but this is an imps. 7 tricks isn't necessarily the goal.
Wow, okay. I mean, I
I do
totally
think
get
that's
the
his only
play.
possibility of making it.
I,
What's
I,
that?
I totally get the play, but I think I want to look at the left hand side because we have 6 no trump currently being played. One club 3 no from West with a flat 12 count. No idea what that shows. And East with 18 ends up bidding quantitative. West with the 5 card club suit, happy to accept the invite. But how many tricks is Declare actually going to take here? They have 4 diamonds. The diamonds do split, but the clubs don't. 4 diamonds, 3 clubs, 3 hearts, and a spade is only 11.
Yeah, no squeeze since South has the spades and North has the clubs. What 3 no is probably 13 to 15. So 4 no, not committing to slam makes sense in that context. And I guess I am once again convinced that West probably is a junior.
Just bidding 6 no. I mean, one club was Polish, so
Oh, I see. I wasn't alerted, but yeah, that makes sense that it would be.
let's see. West with 12, opposite partners 18 to 19. But the thing is, the one club isn't a natural suit anymore. One under trick wonder thinks the Reisinger is not the Soloway. Yeah. I mean, all of the hands are exciting for the most part because we get to see players kind of making these life or death decisions on boards on every single hand. But yeah, it has felt like the level of play has been a bit lacking.
Yeah,
I
I
would
mean,
agree
keep
with
in
you.
mind, right? There's 10 teams instead of, 2, 4, 8 in the later rounds of the Soloway, we were focusing on the one strongest match of the day in that event, but also it's the first half when the sponsors are playing. So, yeah, like the teams are not going to be as strong probably as in the Reisinger quarterfinal, even though it's approximately the same number of teams. But I think a big part of it is just that we're not selecting the strongest tables in the event at the moment.
That's true. We're kind of jumping around. That's a good point. That during the Solway we were able to kind of watch the main attraction matches for the most part. And Jan did a pretty good job of picking out which matches to put on VuGraph every day.
Yeah.
It's also very late in the week. All these players did play most of the Solway, so a lot of them are tired. Brink and Draver just get to 3-0 on the East West cards, and that looks like a pretty good place to have landed.
Yeah, not sure about their auction. They're strong clubbers, I believe, right?
Uh, maybe, yes.
I
So
think they
it,
are still.
yeah, I mean, it looks like some sort of relay that East broke to show the extra values, or East broke to do something.
Yeah, I thought actually it might have been like one no natural game forcing and two clubs Stamen, but I don't know.
That's possible. Hey, Super Koopa. 6 diamonds seems like a better contract than 6 no. Um, but no one bid diamonds. It's
I mean,
true.
also,
But
in the Bach and what is it, Golubiovsky table, like, once Bach decides that he's making this extremely aggressive acceptance with a subpar hand, assuming 3-0 was 13 to 15, but I think he's bidding suggests that it was. Why not bid six clubs, right? If you think the other guy in your seat isn't accepting at all, then who cares whether you get to the highest scoring slam, just get to the best one.
yeah, it's a great point. Um, I know that a lot of these match point events, people are pretty set on getting to no trump on basically every hand, and sometimes that greed takes over.
Yeah, I think, as I was kind of saying earlier, like people don't really appreciate like like the best players do, but a lot of players just don't appreciate how important bridge game theory is a border match. Like just kind of understanding what's happening at other tables, like understanding your odds on competing. Like it's just people understand it, I think, fairly well at match points, but it's not the same at board a match, and people often kind of don't appreciate those differences.
For sure. This can't be the way the play went. This just can't be the way the play went.
I
South
was not
showed out
watching.
on the second club. Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm now that we know North is a sponsor, I'm going to be a lot less harsh on them, but you got to pay attention to when your partner discards. Seeing South show out on the second club, North needs to protect all those clubs.
Oh God, North. How can that? North kept 10 doubled into spades and not the clubs. Is that really possible?
I don't know.
I
I
get-
mean,
yeah, I guess it is. It's not that it matters. I mean, obviously, any plus score East West was a win.
yeah, with the result in the other room for sure. Yeah, Olivier said Jan Martel should be in the ACBL Hall of Fame. I'm pretty sure she is. I feel certain that I saw her on that list when we looked at it the other day.
Yeah, uh there's an award for contributions to Bridge. I can't even remember whether it's the Von Zedwitz or the
Or
other one,
Blackwood.
but
Yeah,
yeah. But yes, Jan absolutely deserves one of those. Not just obviously for this, but she was the driving force behind the USBF's existence and has done a bang up job of making that a fantastic event, picking the US teams.
let's jump to another match and let's make sure that I actually get to another full match this time. because I must have
Sounds like
clicked
a
in the
plan.
wrong
How
place.
about Fleischer Nickel looks like the marquee match this set?
I mean, I think this is the last segment, so the
Oh, they
teams are
haven't
going to
updated for
move.
the. Okay,
Um,
okay, in that case, I'm going to go get myself a coffee refill and be back in about 30 seconds. Hopefully, you'll have something by then.
sure. But yeah, let's check in on Fleischer, I guess. That seems like a good place to go, as good as any. I'm not certain that six diamonds is all that better, much better than six no on that board anyway. I mean, I think you don't want to be in the slam, but you don't have enough entries to the west hand to actually. We can zoom back out and look at all the cards. You don't actually have enough entries to the west hand to set up the clubs if they're 4-2, unless you have some good fortune in the diamond suit as well, because you have the King of Hearts, but if you use the King of Hearts to rough the clubs good, then you need to do that before you pull trumps. And if you pull trumps first, then you don't have an entry to rough the clubs. Hopefully that explanation was clear. I mean, maybe you can see it. That if Declare unblocks the King, Queen of Clubs, and then say crosses to the Queen of Diamonds, and then leads a club, I mean, you have some problems that you have to deal with here. I think six diamonds is a little bit better than six no, but it might not be good enough to actually justify playing in it over six no trump if you're going to get to slam. And for sure, West was a little bit optimistic on the board.
Yeah, like that's the thing. We were talking so much before about how to play when you're in the same contract, but what to do when you know you're probably in a different contract is really important too. And this was one where I think West probably knew he was not going to be pushing the board.
It's hard as a junior to think about those sorts of things because I'm pretty sure as a junior, if you play in junior events, no table is in the same
Right.
contract. It's like the birthday
Yeah.
paradox. Like, you know, how many tables of juniors do you need before two of them are playing the same contract? It's probably like 20 um, in a match point event. So I think at that point, as a junior, you just like gamble and bid whatever contract you think is best because you don't really have a good sense of how to evaluate what the other table is going to do. As you get more experience, you can do a better job of this sort of evaluation. But it can be tough depending on the level of competition. I mean, yesterday we saw a hand where Klukowski was in six diamonds, the other table was in 3-0, and Klukowski risked his contract for an overtrick. And
Mhm.
like if he just knew the other table was playing 3-0, he would claim his 12 tricks and be done with it and win the board very simply.
Right. Yeah, I mean, obviously, one thing that makes the Reisinger kind of in its own way a little harder than the other events is, these long imp matches. The top teams have played so many long imp matches against each other, but here, like the Zimmerman team, they played a lot of boards against Fleischer and against Nickel, not so many against the other team, so kind of knowing their tendencies is much harder. Like studying your opponents for a long imp match is a lot easier because probably you've had the experience personally, and if you haven't, there's a million match records online with the top teams playing. You know, like how many times have we seen, Kowalski playing one of these? Like very few. He's going to be a bit of a black box to the other players.
For sure. Mojito Mick brought up a good point. Let me try and give you
I see the message deleted by a moderator, so
you can go ahead and post your link again if you want. Um I guess I assumed too much from the Real Bridge site. The score after 9 boards is 5-1. So we've missed out on 3 full points somehow. I
no, no, no. I think that's the round score.
Oh, well, that's worse than what we were doing before. We don't
Yeah,
want
you
them
have to.
to cancel out the score. We wanted to have a tally going throughout the set.
If so, if you go back to the lobby, they've posted the link to the ACBL site with the running round by round scores.
I mean, it looks like on Real Bridge they have no, this is just match points, like once again. Oh, can I display what is strat? No, not helpful. Yeah, I don't know why they score this at match points on Real Bridge. This doesn't make any
Um,
sense.
oh, I can tell you exactly why.
Okay.
Because it never occurred to them they should program how to score in a border match.
Yes, yes. Okay, well, that's pretty disappointing that we can't get there from the site. Let me take a look. Results after round 3. Okay, I guess I will pull this in quickly and we can look at this. In the meantime, let me go ahead and make this a little bit bigger. So we have Team Leibowitz slash Grossack is in the lead currently after the third round. Edmonds is in second. Nichols in third. Klukowski or Zimmerman is in fourth. And then there's a pretty big gap to the bottom 6 teams. Goldberg sitting in fifth. And actually, after Goldberg, there's another large gap. I mean, the scores will be shaken up. Some of these teams towards the middle bottom of the standings are going to come up against someone and just get lucky and score 2.5 or 3 out of 3 on a set.
Yeah, and I think a little surprising to see the Oldovsky team so far behind. They're all very good players, and they've had a lot of success in this event over the years. But still early, and also the particularly in the first couple of rounds, there needs to be a lot of swinginess. You just lose 2.5 boards without doing anything so crazy, and all of a sudden, you're really trailing, even though you haven't done anything to deserve it.
For sure. And I'm guessing by this point, a lot of the players know that the sponsor of the Slicky team is fairly weak. So
Mhm.
that sort of information might circulate. And when they go up against them, they'll be able to take advantage or capitalize against that.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. So, do we have a round 3 yet? We do not.
No, yesterday they did breaks after board 9 and board 18. So after
Right, of
every 3
course.
rounds.
Yeah, the players are getting proper break.
Super Koopa says, "How does seeding work? Can they swap after each match?" No. I mean, it's like a match point event basically. The pairs that are playing currently have to continue playing for this full first 27 boards, and then at the lunch break or dinner break for the players, they're going to be able to swap their team, and then the next foursome will have to play for the final 27 boards.
Yeah, no, everyone is going to be moving every round. I think there's no stationary tables. Um, Actually, I'm not 100% sure how the movement works, but yeah, if you start the day north, you play 27 boards in a row as north, although not necessarily all at the same home table.
Right. They had 3 stationaries yesterday for the Vugraph matchups, but I don't know how it's going to work here. Yeah, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, Super Koopa, yes, the evening set, unless sponsors are playing on a four-handed team, it'll be a no sponsor session.
Yeah, yesterday was actually really interesting.
Except maybe Fleischer. I don't know if he got up to play the segment.
He is currently not in. I'm at that table.
Yeah,
Basis and Lorenzini against and Cementa and Versace are in for Team Fleischer.
yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, so yesterday,
Fleischer
because they
doesn't need
had
to wake up
30
before noon.
boards in the afternoon and 27 in the evening, a lot of the sponsors played the second set yesterday. to play fewer boards.
Yeah, I guess, on the West Coast, maybe Fleischer could have stayed on his New York schedule, but that is really hard.
Wow. So at the Nickel Fleischer matchup, both teams or both pairs ended up right siding 3-0. Although for the Fleischer squad, Samantha Versace, it was just random that they right sided it. For Nickel and Katz, they were able to get the spade overcaller on opening lead, and then the spade overcaller led their suit, which blew a trick.
And reasonable. I mean, he knew a spade lead might blow a trick, but he didn't have to, and anything else was just, a shot in the dark.
Yeah, but fascinating because we saw both pairs in the other room declare it from the other side, get, I forget what the lead was, a club, I think, at both tables, and then of course declare just doesn't have 12 tricks anymore. What did everyone do yesterday after I left? Did you all hang out at the ACBL stream? Did you watch on your own? Or did you also just take the evening off? A lot of people have been hanging out here for a good amount of the week.
I haven't watched any of the ACBL stream, mostly because the handful of times I tried to pull it up, it wasn't running, even though it had been put onto their calendar.
Yeah, the Soloways, I know that they were only doing like the fourth quarter or something of coverage, and I don't know what they've been doing for the Reisinger.
Yeah, nor do I. I
Schmiebel
mean, it's
wasn't
tough
aware
because
there was
people are,
one.
yeah. If people are playing, they're not really available until the fourth quarter since the screen matches run a little slower than the other events.
Right. I mean, I saw that they had Gavin and Andrew Rosenthal, not Rosenthal, Aaron Silverstein
Hmm.
um, coming in, and of course they were playing in the matchups, but they weren't
Right.
available until the fourth set, probably.
Probably third and fourth because I think certainly Andrew Rosenthal plays the first two. I'm not sure about what sets Gavin normally plays. Anyway, we have a new matchup up, so who do we want to watch?
We do. I've got. Oh, this is why you're so
How about
right. They are swapping tables. Okay. Let's. Yeah. So let's go to the Fleischer match.
that is Fleischer versus Masika.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
Same start to the auction at both rooms. Diamond heart overcall, two clubs.
Yeah, and Tuno is a little uncomfortable, but you have no other option on a hand like that, obviously.
Right. Um, I mean, you could bid two spades, I suppose, but you're kind of like backing partner into a corner if you do that because partner's not going to have a heart stopper.
Or a spade suit.
Right. Yeah. So same two no bid. And I expect to see West raise Versace. I mean, he might go through three clubs, expecting that if his partner doesn't have a club fit, then it's going to be hard to make a no trump game.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if you get dropped in three clubs, you don't have too many regrets about it. I mean, the other room they're going to do okay with this king of clubs on side and the defense not having been able to attack one of their weak spots. Low heart lead, so Declare can just win and take a club finesse, but it's not a great game, obviously.
Yeah, there are definitely some challenges in a 3 no trump contract. Versace does also bid 3 no. And I love the lead from Touye, Queen of Spades, Queen from Queen Jack third here. Neither opponent bid spades, so it's somewhat
Mhm.
likely that partner has spade length at least. And sequences like this, 2 no, 3 no, when you're looking at a pretty middling heart suit, suggest that the opponents have that suit well covered.
Yeah, Rob,
Oh,
I'm not sure
we
what
we
you've
don't
done. I think
have we don't
you
have a
have your
second
windows
table.
tiled the
Sorry,
wrong way
sorry,
around, I think.
sorry. We were looking at the ACBL score. Thanks, chat. We're good. Okay, okay. Sorry, I got you. I was engrossed in the problem. I will try and pay more attention. Yeah, Olivier, sorry about that.
Yeah, so at the left-hand table, we've got North thinking about what to pitch on this third club. Really thinking about not so much what to pitch on this club as what to pitch on the five clubs that they know are coming fairly soon.
Yeah, and with South having not led spades over there, 3
But they
no
can lead one
down
now.
1. Huh?
Yeah, they can lead one now though, and oh no, declares nine tricks. So how did 3-0 down one? Is that really what's supposed to happen? I thought 3-0 was still makeable at that point. And
Uh, I mean, so how many tricks did they take? They took 6 clubs, they took a heart, a spade, and a diamond. That sounds like 9 tricks.
yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to see the play record here. There we go. So Queen of Spades lead. I mean, if the player put up the Ten of Spades, somehow misguessing. Is that possible? Club to the Queen, club to the Jack. No, spade to the Jack, spade to the King, and a heart. Oh, actually, so after South wins the heart, South can put the King of Diamonds on the table. And then if that holds, put the King of Clubs on the table, and that is down one.
Oh, Declare never got a heart trick, is what happened.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what I was saying about them
okay.
shifting to yeah. So the spade not only set up tricks, it also knocked out a key entry.
Yeah, okay. So that's kind of a cute additional benefit to the spade lead. I mean, mostly random on that one, I think. Um but yeah, good decision by Touye, and Lorenzini does not duplicate it. So border match win to Masika. We have a no trump all pass in one room with the 17 count from Versace. I guess they only play 10 to 13 favorable. Whereas at the other table, Reese opens a club, maybe playing a bit of a different system. A club, heart, pass, pass, reopens with double. Seems like a bit of a strange choice. If we were planning to show our hand as 18 to 19 balanced, I don't know if that was the intention or if it's just we play a different no trump range and so West has to open a club with 15 to 17. Then one no feels like the balancing action on the West cards. Yeah, Super Koopa points out that North's one heart overcall might not be everyone's choice on the
No.
Cease hand.
north hand, but yes. Oh, but see, that's what you said, east.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the double by west. I don't know if it's 14 to 16. You might just think, well, one no trump is kind of a stretch after the overcall. And double, especially getting spades into play, is more flexible. I don't know. Like I think if the way you play is 14 to 16, then one club that a no trump shows 17 to 18, 17 19. So like that's just what you should do. But trying to figure out why West is taking this course, it might just be a combination of disliking the hand and noticing she has a fourth spade.
Okay, give me a second. We're trying to now figure out what's going on. I was mesmerized by Basis's one spade psych, but I think we missed a pass somewhere, and that pass could have come before one heart. So is it possible
Uh,
it went a club pass a heart, pass, one no?
I don't think so. I think the only thing missing is the pass over the North didn't bid one spade over the double. North passed and East bid a spade. No, but then South wouldn't be doubling out of the whole thing is bizarre. Because if East bid a spade, was South really doubling this? Maybe, but that doesn't make a ton of sense.
I'm sure we'll get some final contract entered in so that the operator can catch up to the play. I'm going to lock in on one no at the other table just to see how declare is ending up. And it looks like they're ending up down one, according to the play record. One spade doubled, huh? This can't be right.
Well, the final
This
pass is alerted. Check out the alert.
that was really the auction.
I love it. And
There's
I will say, I don't, whoever this operator is, thank you for understanding the needs of the spectators. That's awesome.
excuse me. Oh my god. Okay, first off, Basis, what a baller. Second off, this doesn't feel great for North South. And
Uh, Considering that some spade contract was the likely East West contract, it really doesn't.
no. I mean, okay. Let's roll it back and unpack this. Why is East not leading trumps? I don't know. Some noob is sitting East. But one club, okay, probably some different no trump range. One hard overcall. Basis decides he wants to mess around at none vol and felt like his hand was too good to pass. Maybe this is a French team up against a French. Well, Basis and Lorenzini are French, and they're playing up against a French team. They might have played against. I mean, they probably have played against each other a ton back home. So it might be the case that there's some sort of history here, and either Basis is on tilt from something that happened in a previous tournament against these guys, or he just kind of knows their style and realizes that like they don't double him often enough. Well, he was wrong this time because they went after blood.
Yeah, it's weird though, right? Because I kind of get that if you're never going to get doubled, it's attractive to psych. But the North hand isn't attractive for that because that's going to be most valuable when the opponents have a game. But here he's got two aces and a 13 count. Why do the opponents have to have a game that we're psyching them out of? Like if one spade here goes for 200 undoubled and it wasn't a game hand East West, who cares that they didn't double you and you picked off their contract? You still lose the board.
I mean, I'm trying to work out what the thought process is too. All right, he wins the 7 of clubs in dummy. He decides to lead a spade to the queen, which is going to work out just fine for him. but
Yeah,
unfortunately,
but
this still just isn't enough.
yeah, I mean, North obviously is generally someone I don't think of as someone prone to flights of fancy. This seems very atypical for him.
My best guess is something happened in the last French event. So
Yeah.
maybe if we have some French viewers that can fill us in on the lore behind why Bassis psyched twice on the same auction.
I mean, South even more so, but like, Shine North operates a little more than South at that table, but you know, this is weird. No, I was gonna say like, is it possible the board was fouled, but the operator's putting the cards in, and the operator, you know, well, I guess the operator wouldn't know the board was fouled, but he's putting the cards in. The plays seem to be matching what their hands are.
What is the Jack of Clubs? That just blew an entry to the south hand.
Well, it's a real trick too. Oh, sorry. I see. Yeah, right.
What?
Wait, no. Declare led the Queen of Clubs out of hand, right?
Yes, and East played the Jack.
Right. So like, oh, I see, it's not a real trick because
Like, he would have just played low from dummy if East
right.
had played low,
I
but
see. So
then West could
Declare
duck.
guaranteed an entry by playing the King because whether or not West takes the ace, he's got an entry.
Okay, so
This is bizarre. It's really, really strange.
how's Declare doing now? Because, I mean, we need to make sure Declare is not just making this. The defense still have a heart and two spades to take, but that's only six tricks. The diamond hook
Oh,
is
that's
on
true. It's only
side,
in one. Yeah.
and Declare has the eight of clubs to effectively like force East West to lead hearts for him. I think he might be making this.
Well, he's got a club, two diamonds, and a heart for sure.
Yeah,
So he's
yep,
never going down more than one.
right.
I mean, one other thing is like after West doubled the first time, the first that was just a takeout double. North can just pass and know that it's not going to end the auction.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, so I
Like, why should it be a
understand the one
disaster?
spade psych. And yeah, Therese, this is still the San Francisco tournament, is the last day. This is the finals of the last event, the Border Match Reisinger. The one spade psych makes sense in the following context. He thinks the opponents have a spade fit, and he wants to kind of psych them out of playing in their best fit, hoping that his teammates find it in the other table so that he can turn pushboard into a win. Like if East West get to no trump and they miss out on their 4-4 spade fit, that feels like win from his perspective. So I get the one spade bid in that context. I mean, I don't think I would do it myself, but like I also wouldn't overcall heart.
Yeah.
But I think that would be his philosophy on it, which has some merit.
So you think this is making now?
Oh, I'm certain this is making now.
So what do we do? Let's say West exits a minor, because a heart obviously is going to blow up the hand immediately. So West exits a minor, we win in South, take our diamond finesses, and then is the idea that now East is going to get end played and have to break the hearts?
Yeah, I mean we just play back the diamond ace, and East will have to ruff, or else we score the ace of diamonds, and that would be our seventh trick, and then East is down to just hearts. Heart around, we win the king with the ace, play a heart back to the
Right.
10.
West has never gotten a pitch, so he's going to be stranded with a heart.
Right. So one spade doubled is gonna make. I mean, the defense could have done better on this board.
Whoa! Declare one up with the ace of diamonds.
Oh. Oh my. Okay, but wait.
Well, West gave it back with that heart play, I think. No,
No, no. I mean, the defense
Declare's
is,
just down now. Yeah.
yeah, declares going down one, but I wonder if Bassis decided that minus 100 was going to win the board because he realized that two spades was making for East West. So if his teammates had
Right.
found their spade fit, then they should have been plus 110. Is that
For a
right?
win.
They would have lost two diamonds. No, two diamonds, two hearts, and two clubs. It looks like two spades was not making East West.
Yeah, so a full board on not making it in that end position. 180 would have won the board against his teammates minus 50, and instead minus 150 was a loss.
Wow.
Or sorry, minus 100 rather, 150 combined.
Okay, well, I completely missed what happened on board 12. I'm going to quickly step back through the play because it looks like a pretty involved auction. East West did find a spade fit, and then after North South competed to three diamonds, hyper aggressive, East West elected to push on to three spades.
It is. I mean, three of diamonds is supported by the law of total tricks, right? They had an eight card fit, and the opponents had eight spades, but also, more important, I think, supported by the law of don't let the opponents play an easy two spades at board a match.
Yeah, just a bit risky red to do this.
It is, but again, like if you think that everyone is going to be like you did find a diamond, like partner introduced diamonds, which also, you know, showed extras, right? Because they were red against white. Although I guess we did redouble to suggest some strength. But like partner overcalled red. We have a diamond fit. The opponents have a spade fit. Maybe we're just making three diamonds, right? We don't know.
Sure, could be. Nikolai asked on the previous board, could it have been East West playing one spade? The VuGraph operator assured us that the auction was 100% correct if you just got here. So, no, it was Basis that overcalled a four card heart suit and then psyched a spade, and then sat for a penalty double of one spade, which is wild to me. That's
Yeah.
might be the craziest thing about the whole hand.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, but I think the difference on board 12 is on the left, we hadn't found our diamond fit. On the right, we had. So it's not just the opponents found a spade fit. It's, the opponents found a spade fit, and we knew that we had a fit of our own. In the West room, it's not nearly as safe for North to be bidding out.
Hey, Shift, welcome. Yeah, Basis definitely cooks in the Reisinger. I mean,
Yeah.
Craig and I have played a lot of hands against Basis in the Reisinger specifically, and
Yeah.
he is a wild and crazy operator. I might even call him like a bit of a Texas gunslinger in this event.
Yeah, although to be fair, I think all the boards we played against him were also them were when he played with Volker and not Lorenzini, and that partnership had a really different dynamic.
Is that true? Okay, yeah, maybe that is true.
Right, he played with Lorenzini and then ended that partnership for a couple of years to play with Frederick Volker and then went back to Lorenzini. And Volker was also much more wide open player than Lorenzini is.
Sure. One Under Trick Wonder asks, has should South have bid over two spades? I mean,
Maybe. Well,
I don't
I mean,
think
I
so.
kind of. Yeah, you first.
No, I mean, I'm just like, it's unfavorable. South's hand is pretty awful. Um, I mean, South's hearts were 10/5, right? Like, you don't really want to bid something and have partner pull to three hearts.
No, I think the argument for bidding, though, is North went out of his way to say, hey, partner, I want to be making sure our side competes appropriately in this auction. Like, maybe that means Sal should be saying, okay, I agree with you.
Yeah, it could be.
Right? Like, North made this redouble. If South is passing on a hand where he likely has a fit, why is North bothering to redouble? I don't know. It feels like a little partnership inconsistency. Yeah, I mean,
Uh,
board and match problems are interesting, but there's really only one major event a year worldwide. It's just not that relevant to most players.
yeah, that's totally fair.
I don't know. I mean, the South hand is horrible. I mean, it's not horrible. You got three aces. Um, it's obviously got a very weak anchor suit. I just feel like, if North is redoubling, telling South, hey, I want you to compete when it's appropriate. I don't know, like, under what circumstances is South allowed to overrule that opinion? To me, like, when you have, even red white, a very sound overcall, maybe you shouldn't be using this as one of those times. Like, take away one of South's aces, they might have still overcalled a heart. Fine, now you pass two spades. You had a Yarborough.
Sure, sure.
But it depends, like, again, it just depends on what your expectations are. Like, North had an 8 count and redoubled. So if South knows that North often has a very shaded redouble, fine, then South is under less obligation to be bidding out on a hand like the one he held. It's a lot of it really just comes down to exactly, what North thinks South would act on and what South thinks North's redouble is going to be.
Yeah, that's fair. Tom asks, do people normally make 4 card overcalls when playing 5 card majors? Usually plays 4 card majors with his dad. Uh, I mean, I would say that your overcall style tends to be 5 most of the time. So I'm not sure what the difference is between you playing a 4 card major opening style and your overcalling um, structure. But
Yeah, I don't
no,
think one has anything to do with the other either. I mean, I like making 4 card overcalls largely because I feel like there's this huge class of hands where you need to be acting, and that's your only plausible action, and I don't like to pass on those hands. But yeah, I think, if you play 4 card majors, you should still play 5 card overcalls because overcalls are a lot more dangerous than opening bids.
we have Edmonds taking the lead. Nickel is in second.
Wow.
Grossack is in third. Adam Grossack, that is. Well, I guess Zach is on Team Edmonds. Um, a bit of separation there between Klukowski and then Goldberg in fifth. Rombo is in sixth, and so on. Team Wildowski still sitting pretty low on the standings currently.
So I just pulled up the Reisinger link and it says the results will be live updated here after the first round, but it's just taking forever to load. Good lord.
Yeah,
So
it took a little
horrible.
while for me to load as
Yeah,
well.
so half a board effectively between Edmonds and Nickel, zero point 0.4, but of course the minimum score is zero point 0.5 that reflects carryover. And zero point 0.01 is good enough for a win. Used to be a quarter of a board was needed for a clear win, but they changed that 15, 20 years ago. Prior to 2012, I know that much. Rob and I were second in one of the other border match events by, I believe, 0.24, which in the old days would have been good enough for a tie for first.
Shift people are trying to access the site too often, and so it's you're getting an error message. I do feel like a lot of these bridge websites were not built for high volumes of traffic.
Well, I mean, no matter how much volume they're getting, I don't think I would call it high volume.
No, but I mean it's more than on a normal day.
I know, but we're talking like 75 people came to visit the terrific. We're not talking Amazon.com levels of traffic here.
No, no, nothing like that. Okay, before I forget, I will bring back the other table.
Yeah, of course, the
Uh,
ACB. Yeah, it's sure people are refreshing constantly. I mean, the ACBL historically has been very poor about IT decisions, so it would not surprise me if even under new management that's continued.
I found the slow table. It is Zimmerman playing against his old teammates.
Oh, huh. So that pair is now on Edmonds, I guess,
Yes.
or I guess temporarily. Yeah, I think, I'm not exactly sure of the arrangements. I think typically, um, if you like want to lose a pair in the middle of the cycle, you're on the hook for paying them, but like, if they're getting X, maybe Edmonds pays half of X and you're only paying half. So it's like a little annoying to be paying half your commitment for zero of the pair, but if you were contractually on the hook anyway, at least you save some money.
Yeah, it can't feel good to be losing to your former teammates.
No. Um, so who is the Zimmerman third pair this event? I've forgotten.
It's two other polls. It's uh, I don't
I guess
remember.
we'll
I
pull
mean,
it
I
up.
can look at the ACBL results. Let's see. It is
Yeah.
Novak and Marcinovsky.
Oh, so that's a really excellent pair as well.
Wait, we played against them like a month ago or whenever you had me sub in for the alt teams. I'm pretty sure that was the pair we played against.
Oh, okay. I don't remember that, but certainly believe you. But yeah, I think I'm not exactly sure what they've won, but I believe they're both world champions.
I'm pretty sure they were on the Polish team that won the Buenos Aires event last year.
Yeah, that sounds very plausible.
Okay, now, all tables should be done. Do people like us watching both tables in the same match, or should we try and find two different tables from different matches that both have, like top players? Would that be more interesting? Let me know.
Who is Bob Ham and Cheese Sandwich? Do we know?
I think it's Eric, although I'm not sure. No, Eric is the Amogus.
I love that handle so much.
They've been around since whenever the last time was that um, I was doing commentary on Real Bridge. Okay, same match. Yeah, I figured. Thought I'd ask though. Richard just being an antagonist, cross match. Got you. I will file that one vote away. Cool. Thanks, chat. Thanks for letting me know. I do really wish that we could kibitz a player. That's been very disappointing. I love doing the single player kibitz. It's so fun.
Yeah, me too.
We get to do like some problem solving. It's almost like we get to, I mean, for me, it's almost like I get to play real bridge. Not like the website, but actual bridge. 100 Trick Wonder wants two tables from different events. Yes. You already cast your vote earlier, though. You don't get to change it now. Do we know who's leading the Swiss?
That should be updated match by match, right? They only, I think, would probably have the first match in by now. It's noon on the West Coast. They're probably just finishing match two, so they probably haven't updated the scores. But let's see if we have a leaderboard. No, it's saying December 6th.
Gotcha. G2R2 says yesterday Gavin and Raj commented on their team's matches. Uh,
Oh, very cool.
I guess for the evening. That does sound like fun. I guess that would have been on the ACBL stream. Ah, cool. Hero Boy. Canadians, whoever they are up a match after two.
Cool. Which Canadians are those?
I have no idea. Didn't
No, no,
say.
I was asking Hero Boy.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, we have new matchups. Let me take a look. Let's watch. Let's watch Zimmerman against Goldberg. We haven't seen Goldberg yet.
Oh yeah, I played on a team with Fred in a national knockout. I don't know, 10-ish years ago, and I'd always like known he was a good player. I hadn't realized how good he was until I finally saw him play with an expert instead of a sponsor. He just played fantastic. So, who are we looking at?
Zimmerman Goldberg. So one spade by East in both rooms. Looks like Kalita and Klukovsky have settled into three hearts with the 4-4 fit.
Yeah, he aiming that raise by West. Obviously, they know that it could be a little too aggressive opposite partner's weakest hands, but opposite partner's best hands, you have an easy game, so you got to make the call.
It does depend a little bit because in the Polish club system, East is limited to 17. But yeah, it's
Yeah.
a tricky spot. I mean, the other question though is do you bid two hearts or two spades on the East hand? And that's always up for debate. Both pairs here bid two hearts.
Yeah, I think I like two hearts also. Obviously the hearts are weak and the spades are fairly strong, but ace king empty six isn't great. Partner could have five hearts. Partner's got a preference anytime he's 2-3 in the majors anyway. So, if partner's 1-4 in the majors, probably you're happier in hearts.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by Kulin's raise to three hearts because they'll be playing Gazilli. So in this sequence, East two heart bid is actually limited to 15 highs. Or I don't know exactly what their Gazilli range would be. But in that case, with a misfitting spade and only four card heart support, not five, no aces, one of those minor suit cards rates to be worthless, the Queen of Diamonds or the Club King. It feels a bit aggressive to me to bid three hearts in that sequence.
Yeah, given the partner is limited to four minor suit cards at most.
Zimmerman leads a trump against a trump lead auction. He also has Queen 10 fourth of spades, so it makes sense. Heart goes to the Queen from Moulton, and after that holds, he's going to realize that he needs to play back a trump. So this is going to go 3 rounds of hearts immediately. At the other table, Poon, the complete fish, came up with, what was this? A doubleton lead. Yeah, that's right. Elected to lead a doubleton diamond against 3 hearts.
Yeah, I mean, with Trump control and hoping for a ruff, I think is reasonable. Yeah, Molton does. So he had won the queen, hoping to, false card in some way, and I think just realized that Declare was always going to recognize it was a false card because South certainly didn't lead a heart from Ace Jack fourth or, some holding like that.
Well, South could lead a heart from Jack third. And so the queen is definitely the superior play to the
Oh, that's
jack
true.
there. South is
Right.
a lot less likely to lead a heart from queen third than they would from jack third in this
Yeah,
sequence.
that's true. That's true. Good point. Anyway, so South has gotten his hoped for ruff, so that's good news for him. Of course, it did cost his side a trump trick. I mean, South could now try the Queen of Spades and hope that Declare has some spades to ruff and Part can get it over ruff.
Yeah, this is a horrible position for South, actually, after roughing that third round of diamonds on the right side table. Ace and heart blows up the heart suit. Playing back the queen of spades could allow Declare to take a roughing finesse against your 10 later. So you don't really want to do that. I mean, in this case, North has the nine of spades, so it's safe to play back the spade queen. But South doesn't know that. And you don't really want to cash the ace of clubs with the king and dummy. I suppose South could try a low club.
Well, South knows that East has a singleton club at most.
That's true, yeah.
I mean, a club, like, the king of clubs isn't a useful trick, so if we lead the ace and it gets roughed, it's probably not a big deal.
Well, I mean, it kind of is a useful trick because Declare might try and play this hand as a cross rough from here. So I'm just thinking, like, if we lead a low club, Declare with a singleton might well stick in the 8 or something. Figure that the ace of clubs is offside and might try and rough out the ace in North's hand.
Whoa. So take a look at what's happening in the left-hand room. Declares led the jack of spades off dummy and is giving serious thought to running it.
Yeah, well, I mean, this makes a lot of sense. If Declare goes ace king of spades and roughs a spade, and the spades don't split, Declare's in some serious trouble. They do have the potential to get over there with the king 10 of diamonds to pull spades, but I mean, like, sometimes the jack of spades just holds.
Yeah, so Poon has worked out that the queen of spades is, you know, could be wrong if Declare does have the stronger spade interiors, but doesn't need much from partner to be okay.
Yeah, so heart goes to the king. North dumps the queen on this trick.
So it looks like Declare does need to play another heart here. Maybe not. They score the trumps. North South score the trumps separately, or those the only two tricks they get?
Club rough. King of spades, pitch a club, spade rough.
Over
Let's say over rough, and North plays back a diamond, I suppose. Declare roughs in the south hand, roughs a spade, roughs a club, and then plays a winning spade. It looks like South is still going to get 2 aces, so Declare would lose 3 more tricks from there.
One, yeah. Yeah, the East hand is now dead since that'll have been the last trump.
Yeah, so if Declare does play back a trump, South will win. And then South's best exit would be a low spade, if they can work that out. If so, Declare can win the king, rough a spade, rough a club, rough a spade, rough a club, but then they're in their hand and they've pulled trumps and they have the rest of the tricks.
So in the other room, what's North's best exit? What's Declare's best play here? Diamond to the 10, I guess. And then
Yeah,
you
I,
can
th-
just
I
set
think
up
my
the spade.
analysis might not have been 100% accurate. South can underlead the ace of clubs in the end position if they get in with the hard ace, but let's focus in on board 13 on the left side because, as you say, Declare is in some trouble.
And if she puts in the 10 of diamonds here, she's just done.
Yes, that's correct. But Declare
Also,
doesn't know that the 10 of diamonds or king is necessarily an entry to the east hand, and the spades are not set up yet.
well, wait a second. What if North goes up? If North goes up ace of diamonds and plays a club,
Yeah, then Declare can just pitch.
right? And that's, yeah, but doesn't the defense still get 2 more tricks?
Yeah, yeah. So the defense should be able to beat it 1 if North plays the queen of clubs through.
Well, any club, but yeah. So in the other room is declare making this now on their line of play. So spade ruffed. Oh no. Oh, North exited with a diamond.
Wow.
All right, so declare North is over ruffed the heart. So what is his best exit here? Probably a club, right?
I I mean, none of the defenders know
No.
Declare has six spades. Like, South knows that Declare has six spades, but North did not know that in any of these positions.
Right.
So it's a tough defensive hand, and Moulton gets it wrong. Yeah, so this club exit, spade ruff, club ruff, spade.
Spade, and yeah, now you square the 10 of hearts en passant.
Yep, three hearts making three. So the board's a push at both tables.
So two passes to a 14-point no trump that we're not sure whether it's actually 14 to 16 or 15-17.
Right, it's third seat, and you're non-vulnerable, so basically every hand is a no-trump opener.
Yep. Yeah, both players agree. Klukowski and Cullen. North could bid. I mean, they could pass and just hope they get to run six hearts on opening lead. I think that would be my choice. Opposite an unpassed partner, I would want to bid as North because we could have a game. Once partner's a passed hand, I'm less concerned about that.
Yeah, it seems pretty reasonable. I
Yeah.
mean,
Antonio Palma agrees with me.
there. This might be our most likely route to a plus, but it's dangerous at board match when the opponents are not vulnerable. Like plus 50 might not make up for our side making two hearts. So this is also a bit of a problem, isn't it? One no pass pass, two diamonds by South, diamonds and a major
Right.
in balancing. North can't bid two hearts because that's pass or correct.
Yeah, and in fact, Molton has chosen to make the two diamond, one major overcall, either hearts or spades. South has said two hearts pass are correct, knowing which one is going to be, of course. Yeah, so North has to bid two hearts anyway, because even though he knows partner's going to correct to two spades, he'd still rather play two spades than two diamonds.
East, Mickelson balances in with double over two hearts here. I think Zimmerman is going to rewind this. He knows that this is their hand now, and the opponents
So
don't have a great place to run to.
I wonder if Palma actually made a tactical error on this hand. So he bid two hearts, knowing from his point of view that he'd rather play two spades than two diamonds. But he could pass knowing that both two spades and two diamonds are going to be pretty horrible. And if he's doubles, now his two hearts is natural. That's great for him. And if they don't, like, maybe we just struggle along and it was going to be a tough board anyway. So maybe, he would have, like at Imps, I think you would definitely pass as North for that reason, because 50 a trick, you don't care. And your best shot to improve the contract surely is getting doubled in two diamonds.
Yeah, that seems reasonable. I like your thought process here. Oh my. So Mickelson does balance double over two hearts. Zimmerman doesn't redouble.
So, Super Koopa, it's possible, but I feel like if that was your plan, why were we not just overcalling over one O trump in the first place? I mean, I guess we might be running six hearts, but I feel like having taken this gamble that we could defend an O trump, you have to live with your choice. I don't know.
Well, no, I mean, I think generally that is a good way of thinking about bidding problems, but in this specific case, South doesn't always balance over a no trump. So I don't
That's true.
think we have to make the plan and then go along with it if our partner does something that we don't expect. Like, partner's a passed hand, right? So it's a little bit unlikely that they would actually balance here. So I think it's fine to come up with a new plan, and I kind of do like your plan of passing two diamonds on the
Yeah,
north
no, actually, I
cards.
take it back. I think Palma's plan of bidding two hearts and rebidding three hearts over two spades is fine. And look what happened here. He ended up in three hearts doubled.
Oh, for sure. I mean, this is definitely fine. And is this going to make? I mean, there's
Sure looks
only
like it.
four quick tricks for the defense. There's a diamond, a spade, and two clubs after this lead.
Yeah, and we can, if it goes club to the 10 and queen, we can play a club to the king and then use the spade entry to play a club back toward the nine, or just take two spade finesses one way or another. It's going to make.
Right, right. Yeah, exactly.
With heart splitting, there's just no defense. It would be six hearts, two clubs and a spade, or six hearts, two spades and a club. Either way, it's nine. So in the other room, played from the other side after the artificial two diamond overcall, Wes has just let it trump, but for similar reasons, nothing is going to make a huge difference on this hand.
I mean, Declare does need to decide if they're hooking trumps at trick one. I can't imagine after the trump lead that you would expect them to be leading from Jack fourth. That's probably the
That's true,
only,
actually.
yeah, the only decision on the hand.
Well, in the other room, maybe there is a case for the trump finesse, except it burns your only entry to dummy to do it, so I think it's still better to bang down the ace king queen of hearts and hope the jack drops doubleton or tripleton.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I'm pretty sure that East kind of has to have three hearts for this final double.
Right. That's true too. Or four if they're four small. They might double knowing the opponents are in a seven card fit and the Jack Doubleton is dropping on your right.
For sure. Yeah, it seems difficult for East to be making this double of three hearts with small doubleton.
Yeah, I mean, Shift, like, technically Zimmerman is playing it, but if they make 10 tricks, it's going to be because of Molton's playing, not Zimmerman. For those who don't know, Molton is very good at giving Zimmerman play cues. Wouldn't say that on an official stream, but I have no problem saying it here.
Allegedly. Yeah,
Oh, I mean, you've played against them, haven't you?
I have. I have.
Certainly, in my experience, there's no allegedly about it. Anyway,
Hmm.
yeah, Molton basically will just detach the card from dummy that he wants Zimmerman to play.
I have seen that happen. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the double of two hearts should be, I don't know, cards, I would say, in the sequence on the right side. Um,
Yeah, and
be-
Matthew, there was a those couple of years when Zimmerman played with Novosadsky and had Molton had a timeout from that partnership. I always wondered whether there was a little more to the story than just Zimmerman wanting a break from him. Anyway, yeah, so at both tables they have started with high hearts, although in the left-hand room Zimmerman took a break to play a diamond for some reason.
yeah, that's what I'm staring at right now. Great way of phrasing it. Why did. Why is Zimmerman doing anything other than setting up his suits?
I don't know, but meanwhile on the right, Declare now does have that nine of clubs as a winner without having to use an entry, but of course it won't matter. Declare is just gonna or defense are just gonna cash their pointed suit tricks.
Uh oh.
So that'll be
Uh oh. Colleen switches to the 10 of clubs.
so is he now actually in danger of making an over trick? I guess he is. With all those club spots, he can run into the king, run the eight of clubs, and well no, then he can get a rough though.
Yeah, I guess that's true um, because Declare forgot to pull the third round of trumps.
Oh no, actually, wait, could he have played would run it to the king, ruff a diamond, draw a trump, and then play a club to the eight to finesse west of the club, and then it would still be four tricks for the defense. I guess nothing was gonna matter.
No, I mean, like, technically he could have done it. He could run the 10 of clubs to the king, ruff a diamond, pull trumps, and play a spade to the jack.
Oh, I see. Yeah, right.
Wait, what? 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 Back up. What just happened?
So he made an over trick after all? Is that really possible?
Yeah, I guess West blew another club. West figured that. Wait, what? What?
I think it was a bad claim because in that end position, there were definitely two more tricks for the defense.
That's what I would have thought. Okay, board 15. We'll move on. Hopefully, we get the play sorted out. 8 of hearts lead against a 2-0 opener. Same at both tables. I don't even know if this hand is too good for 2-0.
I was actually
Maybe.
thinking the same. Yeah, and, despite only being 19 points, solid-ish diamonds and kings in every suit is pretty strong.
Well, 8 of hearts opening lead at one table. Oh, 8 of hearts opening lead at the other table, and a claim for 9 tricks. Diamonds 2-2 declared does get access to the Queen of Hearts in dummy.
And the nine of hearts, the 10 drops.
No, it's 10-8-4.
Oh, sorry. I saw the eight of hearts missing, or three hearts in west. I forgot about the opening lead card. Although you do get access to play a club toward the king if you guess which black suit to play on once you're in there.
Super Koopa's wondering about doubling 2-0 by East. 2-0 pass. It's sometimes safe. Dummy is expected to hit with very few high cards, but it's pretty
Yeah, I mean, I like
dangerous.
I like the concept. I don't know that it would do this in hand. I'd really want a five card suit. Partly because it's the extra trick, but also here there are leads that we like, and even if we get a club lead, which we're sort of hoping for, that might not be good for us because it gives the declarer a trick he might not otherwise have access to, and it only gets us two tricks back in exchange. So, but with the fifth one, it's more tricks for us. Partner's a little more likely to find the right opening lead when we have the extra one, and when it does blow up a trick, it also compensates us more fairly for it. I mean, there was a vogue among the juniors, possibly still is, two no trump pass, mandatory doubles. But of course, it's pretty easy to game that if you're north,
Yeah, that's for sure.
passing your 10 count.
You can't get known to be a doubler
Yeah,
of 2-0 and pass out. I mean, then it becomes a little bit of poker.
yeah, two no check, double, check, redouble.
And it's very dangerous when Declare can have very offensively oriented trick taking hand types like this, right? The 6 card minor
Yeah.
means that you can't just do it because even if dummy hits with nothing, Declare might just have ace, king, queen, sixth, and 2 outside tricks, and now 2-0 is wrapping for a game. I mean, definitely dangerous at imps, but equally dangerous at match points.
Yeah, like give declare a side ace instead of a side king jack. Partner leads your suit, fantastic. And now declare just wraps eight tricks, six diamonds, the king of the suit that your partner led, and the ace of your side suit.
So it seems like Poon has not only just misguessed or remembered the club discards, but also elected not to use a diamond entry to the north hand to lead up towards one of his black suit kings, trying for an over trick, which the other table must have gotten. based on the way the play went. I mean, East West have 6 tricks available. They have 2 round aces and 4 spade tricks with the king of spades in the pocket. Going plus and 2 now feels like a pretty big win for the North-South players.
Yeah, of course, the play on the left was missing, but certainly willing to believe they made an over trick. West, I don't know, well, maybe an over trick is a lot.
I mean, Declare could get like heart lead to the ace, club switch, and now Declare scores up.
Yeah, that's true. Right. If
What
he
do they
switches to a
get?
spade, then the defense has a beat on the go. But if they switch to a club, that is 9 tricks, 6 diamonds, a club, and 2 hearts. Oh no, because now we don't have an entry to the diamonds, though. We can't. Right? It goes club to the king. We play as king of diamonds. And now we have an entry. Except, oops, if we go over, catch the king of hearts, cross the diamond, and catch the queen of hearts, now we have no entry to the south hand.
Yeah, I am finding it hard to believe that 9 tricks were taken. Wow, Super Koopa says Masika doubled Weinstein and Tuno, and he went down. Unbelievable.
Let's take a look at the play here.
I guess we can pull that up, yeah.
Yeah, so heart went to the king. Declare played 2 diamonds, cashed all of his diamonds, exited with a low club, and yeah, now the defense's hands were good. They just needed to play spades through, which is fairly easy. So Declare just didn't cash his 8th trick. Oh, he didn't have an 8th trick to cash, right?
No.
Yeah, I guess actually, I mean, maybe there's just nothing the defense can do, or the Declare can do.
I mean, I don't mind Weinstein's line of play. I think it's fine. I guess his idea is if he plays back a heart at trick 2 and they win and bad things happen in both black suits, he goes for like 800 or something, and he doesn't want to. Whoop. We're into the new round. Let me take a look. Where are we headed? Do you have a preference?
I don't know. I was looking to see if there are any excellent matchups. I mean, Rumbo versus Nickel feels like probably the top match.
Okay. Yeah, let's head over there. Check out Rombo against Nickel for the next set of boards.
So light 1 heart opening by North at one table and a 10 to 12 for the Rombos.
Yeah, North-South are going to find their heart fit in both rooms, or at least they should.
Yeah, we'll see what variant of Stamen they use opposite the mini, whether they just play standard or if they have some methods to game force immediately on the south hand.
Imagine if South just spits 3-no, 1-no, 3-no, stiff king of spades.
They would certainly do okay. They can pick up the hearts despite the 4-0 break since they're under the ace queen and they have the spots. Diamonds run. Maybe there's not enough entries to do everything. You gotta take a first round heart finesse because you don't have quite enough entries at the south end.
Yeah, so some variation of puppet here. It looks like three diamonds probably shows a five card major, or maybe it shows hearts. I'm taking a look
Yeah.
at the Weinstein Levin auction. So Weinstein electing not to go through Jacoby, and instead game forces with two diamonds, despite the four card heart support. They do find their heart fit and get to four hearts.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's sensible with this five card suit. Jacoby is kind of an asking method, and Weinstein obviously did judge that he had a telling hand, not an asking hand.
Makes sense.
And in the left-hand room, it makes sense to play a method that lets South declare the game because even though North opened, if you're game forcing, it's a guarantee that South is the stronger hand in the partnership. So unlike a normal no trump and you want to transfer to make the strong hand declare, here you want to transfer to also make the strong hand declare, but it's not the no trump opener.
Yeah, so clever use of the puppet Stamen convention to do so. And utilizing 2-no for puppet allows them to do this because North can rebid three clubs with a four card major here, and therefore three diamonds and three hearts are both transfers to the five card major.
Yeah, I wonder if South had been two clubs puppet, if they had a way to do it, or if just too tough to do everything, but the game forcing hands you can. And yeah, Matthew, I don't know how people play two no trump direct seat double. I do think don't is a popular method over two no, even if you don't play it over one no. What advantage of that is you can often play in a lower level than you could opposite like a Woolsey, um, two of a major showing a major minor two suitor. If a major minor two suitor over two no trump, you'd much rather be able to play both suits at the three level.
Shift asking about preempting two spades on the east hand and first seat unfavorable. I think everyone who does that has already been knocked out of the event by now.
Except possibly Pierre Zimmerman, but yeah. Like I think even Marty Fleischer, who is as aggressive a preemptor as almost anyone in the game, this would be too much for him.
Okay, Declare gets the bad news in the heart suit, which is that hearts are 4-0, and therefore he can't just pull trumps and unblock the diamonds and run the diamond suit. So what does that mean?
I mean, you could just put a spade on the table and plan to rough one of those because he can still take his heart finesses.
That's probably the thing to do now.
He does have a bit of a club problem, but he might be able to get away losing one spade even after the rough and two clubs on power and still make his game.
I guess one question is, do we unblock the jack of diamonds before doing this? I think the answer is yes,
Right.
and he does
Yeah, that makes
that.
sense.
So diamond
I
to
think,
jack.
this is a hand where I think even at board a match, your goal is just to go plus in your game. Even if theoretically there's an overtrick available, it's a tricky light game with a 4-0 trump split. Just take your 420 and figure if it requires perfect timing to make five, it might require very good timing to make four, and your counterpart might slip up.
Yeah, that seems like a reasonable plan. So
Even
Nickel's in
even a
with the
Steve
spade
Weinstein
ace.
or Long
Um,
11.
at the other table, Levin, I I do suspect that he knows how to play this trump suit card combination in isolation, but he needed that king of hearts as a late entry to the diamonds, given the way the defense has gone. So he cashed the ace of hearts early, gets the bad news in trumps, but then with the diamonds splitting, he's able to set up diamonds, effectively play the hand as a cross ruff, and he makes his 10 tricks relatively easily.
Yeah, I mean, once you're in that position, West can rough whenever they want, but once they do that, you can just drop trumps and claim. Yeah, so nickel, I guess his best shot double dummy is a low club, but the longer he thinks, maybe the more likely South is to guess correctly.
But a low club doesn't even matter. Because even if declare misguesses, that's still only 2 club tricks.
Right, which we were willing to concede anyway, along the lines that I had suggested earlier.
Yeah, now,
It also gets the Jack of Clubs as an entry.
I mean, as is, declare may be able to make 11 tricks. He can pitch a club here on the diamond ace. It looks like it's too much. I mean, as long as nickel does something,
Yeah,
anything intelligent on this 7 of diamonds, he's going to be okay. He roughs in with the 10 of hearts, which makes a lot of sense. So declare can now rough the jack of spades to dummy, take a heart hook, which nickel will cover, and then declare's stuck in his hand, leading away from the club king at the end of play. So 10 tricks for a push. We
I
do
mean, you could also
have,
just pick a club here.
yeah, there's a lot of ways to get home. In the other room, they're underway on board 17. A spade, 2 heart overcall by Weinstein. I mean, I like the bid, but like also gross. Um,
Yeah, you're 6-4.
yeah, yeah. 4 hearts splinter, and Cope thinks his partner has something over there. Bids 5 diamonds.
Yeah, it is pretty aggressive by West, although I understand the urge to not risk stopping short a game. You could bid 2 no probably, 4 card limit plus, and plan to raise 3 spades to 4. But once you're doing that, if you're committing to a game, you might as well splinter. I mean, maybe you shouldn't commit to game because your hand is kind of light, but you do have King Queen 10 4. The Trump's partner might shy away from bidding game on a weak Trump suit, and you don't want that. Yeah, so he has taken the over rough and finesse plan. I suspect that he roughed with the 8 and not the 6, but who knows?
No, no, he wants to remain in dummy in case he can take a club finesse with the
Oh, I
8 of
see. In case West
hearts.
doesn't cover the heart. Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
All right. Finally, board 16 wraps up for a push, and
So five
Weinstein
spades.
understandably just leads the king of diamonds. He's setting up his side second trick, but this does make Declare's life a little bit easier.
Yeah, so Clara now can lose a diamond and a club, and that's probably it.
Yeah, pull 3 rounds of trumps, knock out the club ace, and the defense will just cash out.
Yep. Rough that last heart whenever, probably. You'll have long since claimed by then. A little surprised he hasn't claimed yet, actually.
I mean, he's waiting to see if they'll cash a diamond.
Right.
If they don't, he can pitch diamond losers on the clubs. Tries the club queen. I mean, an alternative would be to like lead a low club up towards the king. Maybe they fly ace. But yeah, Weinstein just cashes out, and now we'll see the claim. For 11 tricks, we do get the same 2 heart overcall from Rambeau, Leo.
Yeah, it's probably Leo, but I don't know. So we'll see if I suspect Nickel will not be as aggressive as his counterpart was.
Yeah, I think so as well. Which means 2-no or 3 hearts, whatever their agreement is. 2-no from Nickel.
Yeah, so my guess would be this is a relatively recent addition to their card. Certainly become very popular, but these guys have been playing together for so long. Usually it's not, you know, usually like long-time partnerships don't make a ton of changes to their methods, but this is so good that I think everyone should.
Yeah, I do agree that the 2-no 4 card limit raise or limit plus is a very effective method. You don't want to
Yeah,
be
well,
playing 2-0 natural.
right, but I think the other thing that makes it so good, besides natural being kind of useless, is this is an auction where it goes a spade, two hearts. If you bid three hearts on three or more trumps, it's just impossible for a party to judge. Like three versus four in support is so enormously different, and there's no room between three hearts and three spades to figure anything out. So getting the three card range out of your getting the four card range out of your cubid, whatever separating them, is incredibly valuable.
For sure. Now, in this case, East tries a 3-no rebid, which is, I mean, could be very exciting if that's where they end up. I think Nickel will pull to four spades with the singleton heart. Heading back over to board 18, though, we have the auction, a diamond by South. Westover calls a no trump with the 15 count, good 5-card club suit. All pass, North on lead, gets off to the Queen of Diamonds lead. Declare has 7 tricks to take, 5 clubs, and 2 red aces. No real hope for an 8th. But I guess we start by ducking the opening diamond lead in case it's like Queen Doubleton, and then we can win the second diamond and start running clubs and see what happens. Pretty unlikely that anything good is going to come of it, but may as well try. It is board a match after all. As expected, Nickel pulls to 4 spades, and we get the same King of Diamonds lead, so this will be the same 11 tricks at both tables.
Yeah, so how's OneNote doing in the right-hand room? Declare is going to take 3 more clubs and obviously go plus via that last heart. Is there any possibility of taking an over trick at this point?
Seems pretty
Doesn't really feel like.
unlikely.
Yeah,
South needs to find 3 discards, but South will keep the King Nine of Diamonds, South will keep the Ace of Spades, and South will keep the King Queen of Hearts. So I think South is just going to come down to all of their honors and the Nine of Diamonds.
yeah, hard to imagine anything extremely foolish is going to happen to the defense here. Like the only possible eighth trick is the Queen of Spades, and there's just no way rational defenders can let it score.
For sure.
At least at the bridge table, both North and South are fairly rational people.
Yeah, although sometimes they get at each other's throats. um, Levin pitching a diamond, not being committal. I mean, Levin could have thrown encouraging spades at some point in the play. He could have pitched discouraging hearts at some point in the play, made South's job a little bit easier. But I think Weinstein's discards were more or less set in stone for him.
Yeah, I think Levin just kind of wanted to wait as long as possible before having to commit to a pitch in one of the majors.
Super Koopa says maybe North South can make a partial in hearts on this board. It's definitely difficult to get there. South will open a diamond, West will overcall no trump at basically every table. Most pairs do play double as both majors in this sequence. It's not penalty of a no trump. Or sorry, 2 clubs as both majors. Double is penalty.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
right.
right, but that's 5-5, not 4-4.
At these colors. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe in a pinch you might be 5-4, but I think non-vulnerable you'd never be 4-4. I wouldn't be.
I mean, I've seen Klukowski, I think, earlier in the week do it, or maybe yesterday
Right.
do it on 4-4. I feel like we saw someone, maybe it wasn't Klukowski, I think it might have been in the Solways.
I mean, maybe I'm, off from where Modern Bridge is at, but I personally would not want to be 4-4 and make that call.
What is 2 clubs?
Is what? No, Wes is Nick Nickel. I was gonna ask how many Z's were in his last name.
Two clubs, negative double from North, 4-4 in the majors, and just the perfect shape for it. Diamond fit.
I
Four
mean, it's
clubs
not a
all
perfect one no
pass.
overcall, obviously, with only one diamond stopper and you know, only 15 points, but your diamond stopper is ace third, which is a holding you can hold up as many times or as few times as you want to. You have only five clubs, which isn't great for two club overcall. I think one no would be the much more popular choice.
Yeah, I kind of expected this to be pretty flat across the field. But no, against four clubs, Queen of Diamonds lead. I mean, if East West were able to stop in three clubs, then maybe. The problem is with East West being favorable, East judged that this was just a hand they needed to preempt, figuring partner is going to have six clubs for this overcall most of the time. East kind of bid up to the law. Four clubs, put a lot of pressure, see if the opponents can find their heart fit.
Yeah. Yeah, and also with these colors, East would want to put West in the picture for a possible five level save over four of a major.
Right. I do think that East really doesn't want to save at the five level because his hand's so flat and the Queen of Spades is a bit defensive. But yes, I mean, it's true. You don't need to make too many tricks for a five level save to be effective.
No, I mean, I guess that's true. A partner has a singleton spade and they find a 4-4 fit. Maybe the queen fourth of spades was going to be enough to inconvenience them.
Yeah. But either way, I mean, four clubs, kind of similar to the same reason one no had no play for an over trick. Four clubs is not making.
No, I mean, obviously the defense has two diamonds, a heart, and two spades from here. So, I mean, obviously any Midas East West is a loss.
Yeah, actually, I guess three clubs also wasn't making.
Right. Yeah, and I do wonder if this is also a bit of kind of a generation gap hand where, I think classically the West hand is not perfect for one no overcall, so you don't make it. Where Nick Nichols part of an older generation and the younger generation says, well, it's close enough and two clubs is, very much not the kind of bid you want to make with that hand. 5-3-3-2.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, also
I mean,
form of scoring wise, like one no is more preemptive in a sense than two clubs because two
Mhm.
clubs allows this negative double. And
Right.
North is going to be a lot less worried about bidding when you don't overcall a no trump announcing strength over there.
Yeah, like as we saw in the Levin Weinstein room, one note just often ends this auction, and that's very good for East West. I mean, also I have noticed, just generally that Nickel does like to make lead directing bids. I think if I'm remembering, kind of past hands I've seen him play, so maybe that played into his thinking bidding two clubs. Your partner does rate to be on lead when it goes a diamond something. Um, a response by North. So if once one no was not in his range, if his alternative was pass, then he wants the lead director.
Yeah, that could be a stylistic choice from Nickel, but obviously a very costly one on this hand. And that means that the Rombo team wins the segment 2-1. I'm going to quickly pull up the results.
Yeah, I
Perfect.
mean, one drink like I normally mark my card for one overcalls, 15 plus to 18, and I really mean it. Like indifferent 15s, I don't like the West hand is 15 plus, so I would do it, but I don't like, like the hand from the bidding problems that we looked at the other day with Queen third of spades and a not great 15 count. Rob and I both passed, and I think that's, pretty normal for myself.
I mean, I've never heard anyone say they play 16 to 18 one no trump overcalls. Like, I think people play it as 15 to 18, and I am a strong believer that it is a good 15 to 18. So it's like in the 16 to 18 range. But like, I'm not ashamed of doing it with 19 or 20. That's just me. I might be going a bit against the grain on this, but like bad 19 and 20 counts, I think, play approximately the same as like good 16s or even good 15s like this. Like this hand with a 5 card club suit, partner had the king of clubs, and that was basically all. And one no trump comes home. A bad 19 count that's like 4 3 3 with a very weak stopper in the opponent's suit. Often it's like if partner tables 1 king, we're happy to be making 7 tricks in that situation.
Yeah, especially because the opponents are often finding their best lead. I mean, 20, I think, is probably a little too much for me, but 19, absolutely. It's a
Sure.
little different. As Wonder says, like, they open a club, it's going to be very different with a 19 or 20 count than if they open a spade, where a club double, you can rebid one no trump, and a spade double, you can't. So your standards have to be different in those positions.
We do have results, though, and I think I'm making it a point of order to watch Team Edmonds in the next set because they've been
Are
leading
they
for
winning?
quite some time. Um,
Nice.
so Nichols up in second, even after that segment. Grossack in third. Klukowski is in fourth, but there's a pretty large separation between first through fourth. It's almost 4 boards separating first place and fourth place on the leaderboard. Goldberg in fifth, tied with Rumbo.
And Wildovsky's team even wasn't listening while I was watching this not load. They finally climbed out of the cellar, but so a long way to go if they're going to have a middle of the pack finish, let alone a high one.
Yeah, they do overtake the Silicki team that I was saying might be having a little bit of a challenge here. Taking some very highly anti-percentage actions, and of course, they're not going to work out at this level of competition.
And yeah, it's true. Notice Edmund and Grossack are tied for having the best day so far, but Nickel, thanks to a large carryover, is in second place.
Yeah, Nickel came in with the biggest carry. They won the semifinal yesterday. It's valuable. I think carryover is a lot more valuable in board a match than it is in the match point events because, you know, if you start the day with a 4 board lead over some of the competition, it's going to be really difficult for that last place team to catch up to you.
I would so I would actually disagree a little bit here. I mean, it is accepted match points if you start with a 4 board lead. The weak team can't make that up in 4 boards, but a board and match, 4 wins is 100% on each board instead of 4 good match point boards, which might be 70% on each board. So you can neutralize the carryover much more quickly at board and match since every good result is 100% of the match points instead of a large percentage of the match points.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think what makes it more important is in the Reisinger, there's a lot more parity among the top teams than there is among the pairs in a match point event where the difference between high and low is going to be a lot broader.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And I was talking the other day about how, like, at match points, it's basically unheard of to get a 70% game, but at board a match, like, there is a team every single
Right.
session that has like a 75% just because of the binary nature of the every board. Like, one
Right, like
team is
someone
just
is
going to get lucky and get a bunch of wins on the day.
right. I mean, that would be, 2/3 of the board, like 260, a 67% game would be winning 12 boards to this point. And fine, no one has that, but two teams have 11.
Yeah.
It's like, fine, they have 11. It's 2 points over average. Like, it's not that big a game. And yet it's close to a 70%, one more board would be close to a 70% game.
Sure.
It's like well
Sure.
over 60%. So, yeah, I mean, that is the thing. Like, board and match, like, can it be swingier in that way since average plus doesn't exist? Everything is either top half or bottom. Like, you still play for average plus because two average pluses among the team adds up to just an enormous game most of the time. But the actual like target of average plus doesn't exist.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and that's one of the big skills of board a match is like you have to know when it's time to take your foot off the gas. And I think for a lot of the players who play board a match at the high level, the answer is never. You don't take your foot off the gas. Like you first overbid in the auction to reach your slam, and then
Yeah.
you play hyper aggressively to try and get the over trick in the slam because you expect the other table to be there, even if it risks your contract. Yeah, it's really tough. Or like you're in a no trump, you get a favorable opening lead. Well, your teammates at the other table are gonna make the same decision on the opening lead, and so you can't just accept that and then cash out for plus 90 or plus 120 and one no. You have to continue taking your finesses and go for plus 150, even if it risks your contract going down.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't know if you personally have read 5 Weeks to Winning Bridge, but probably some people in the chat have. And they talk about Border Match because it was written before Swiss teams existed.
Oh.
And in those books, like, those very old textbooks, and like 5 Weeks to Winning Bridge, by the way, still a great book. I think it's out of print, but nonetheless, a great book for teaching beginners to play. But it talks about board and match strategy, and it recommends a very down the middle, play not to lose boards kind of strategy, which obviously is the total opposite of what we're seeing at this level. But I think one reason is that before there were Swiss teams, board and matches had a lot of weak teams that were losing boards anyway, so a lot of boards fell into your lap. And now here, of course, that doesn't happen anymore because there aren't any weak teams, so it's much more important to be a maniac.
For sure. We do have boards on the table. So Edmonds going up against Nickel. These are two of our two leaders currently. Both Souths open a club.
I'm looking for the tables. Here we go.
I
Edmonds
could have predicted this coming. So Levin playing with Weinstein, rebids a diamond, of course, on the north hand, and Zach Grossack
responds, but yes.
bids one no.
Yeah, so we'll see if East at that table is inclined to stick in a one heart overcall on the Ace King Queen fourth.
Yeah, Draver does have a pretty good heart suit, and he does find the one heart overcall.
Yeah, I think with a very strong suit where you want the lead and a 14 count where, it could easily be pretty even division of strength. Like, as we see here, his side has 22 high card points. He can't risk getting frozen out, so I like this bid.
And Brink elects to just pass one heart vulnerable. Could have raised to two hearts, but decides, the flat hand and being vulnerable means he doesn't really want to take that risk that his partner could just go for 200.
I mean, I wonder whether he would have been more inclined to raise if you were playing against, a super aggressive pair rather than a pair of grinders like Levin and Weinstein. If you trust that North always has a normal response, then you're under, the reason to raise is to buy the contract or get to a game. But if North-South both have their bids, then you're under a lot less pressure to act immediately. And, as it is, he got to make his raise as well as buy the contract in two, which is a dream for him.
Yeah, so in two hearts, the hearts do split.
Yeah, the diamonds stand up for two tricks if they don't get a ruff. I mean, they probably will. So, actually, this isn't, let's say it goes diamond ruff, some more clubs, North over us with the jack, we get another diamond ruff.
Yeah, this is going to go pretty poorly in two hearts. I mean, Draver Sand's pretty bad. The opponent's distribution just kind of works out for them. And
maybe they can hold it to down one, actually. So let's say it goes club, diamond to the ace, diamond ruff. I guess now we can go club, low club for ruff, diamond ruff, fourth round of clubs for an over the jack. That's down two.
yeah, I mean, it looks hard to defeat this less than two tricks. In the meantime, in a no trump, East-West did not work out to switch to diamonds. And so they ended up giving Declare his seventh trick with the Queen of Spades. I don't think it's going to be relevant given that two hearts is going to go down, but
Right. 100 East West is a win, regardless. So,
yeah, so
or
it,
sorry, I mean 100 North South is a win, rather.
right. I mean, in some sense, Zach Grossack did fairly well on the board because he ends up going plus 90 on the North South cards, which he wasn't necessarily entitled to, at least not in a no Trump contract. But unfortunately, because of the just the way the hand shakes out with East having what looks like a pretty attractive 4 card overcall.
Yeah, well, not to cut you off, but I think on the right side, North better rough this to beat it too. I think if he lets the Queen of Clubs hold, then it is going to be down one. Not that it matters, of course. 100 is still a win.
Uh, why? Because if South plays the Jack of Clubs, Declare can pitch the King of
It's the
Diamonds.
King of
Then
Diamonds. Or, either club. If he plays low, then the declare can. Yeah, so we play a fourth round of clubs, we pitch a diamond, and now we never get we never get another rough.
yeah, but Draver probably roughs this with the 10 of Hearts. I mean, I'm
Right.
not certain he will, but the thing is, like, if you
Yeah,
discard your
if it
minus
works, we go
100,
plus. Yeah.
and so what's going to happen at the other table? North is going to play 2 diamonds. How many tricks are we getting on defense against 2 diamonds? He can actually count how many tricks they're getting against 2 diamonds. They have no club tricks. They can take 2 spades and a spade rough. That's 3. They can get, let's say, 2 hearts. He does pitch. He actually, I think he worked out that 2 diamonds was pretty likely to be. Wait a second.
Well, 2 diamonds is definitely down, right? We're always going to take 2 diamonds, 2 hearts, and 2 spades.
Yes. Very interesting, then. So I wonder why he elected to play for a minus instead of playing for a plus.
I suspect he thinks that the contract is going to be the same.
I mean, he has to, right?
That
That would
everyone's
be the
going to
reason.
overcall a heart in his hand. Everyone's going to raise to 2 hearts as West. And I don't think that's a crazy view to take.
No, no, that's true.
So yeah, I don't know whether I'd call this a mistake by Weinstein, but I think it was. Like, I think he knew that he had an easy route to plus 200 by just letting Levin rough a club.
Uh, he could. I mean, I'm sure like Levin also could, right? Like Weinstein doesn't know that Declare isn't void in diamonds. Levin is the one who knows that diamonds are
That's
six
true.
three three one
Levin,
around the table.
right? Levin could have had a seventh diamond for his 2 diamond bid.
Yeah, so it's not so clear that Weinstein should be giving his partner a rough that could cost a natural trump trick in some circumstances.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I
Good
mean,
point.
like Levin can always rough like the winning club, right? As you say, he has some sense of what's going on the defense.
Yeah.
Um,
I guess that's true. Levin actually probably had a better view of the route to down two for that reason that he knew the diamond position and South didn't, and Levin probably knew South didn't. But nonetheless, any plus was a win for North South since their teammates managed to hold it to minus 90.
yeah, so this is going to be an important match in the standings. These two teams will see each other at some point this evening as well, possibly also for boards 19 through 21. They might be playing in the same exact order in both sets.
Yes, I would imagine the movement is the same just because it's probably easier for the directors.
Yeah, I think so too.
I'm surprised we don't have board 20 up yet. Do we have to wait for every table to finish 19?
Yes.
Nice. Love it. There we go.
Okay, board 20 on the screen.
So this one, Nickel will certainly open an O-Trump, even if he wasn't inclined to overcall an O-Trump on a similar textured 15 earlier.
Yeah, as
Well,
does Brink.
Zach will not take an unusual action on this hand, I don't think.
No, he's 5-3-3-2, very flat.
So we'll see, I think probably no Trump pass, and South will come in with a spade bid at both tables, is my guess. Oh, sorry, transfer by East, but South will probably come in anyway. And I guess you could pass and bid two spades after two hearts comes back to you, just in case East West were planning to bid more. Yeah, Weinstein bids directly.
Yeah, two spades is definitely the right bid. I mean, for one thing, if the opponents do end up bidding to four hearts or three no trump, you absolutely want to get that spade lead. And your hand is good enough to bid directly. You have whether or not you're counting the heart queen, king, queen, 10, 8, 10, 8, sixth of spades is a pretty strong suit.
Yeah. Yeah, so West has had a way to show heart support after the two spade bid. Looks like probably, well, it's just alerted. I wonder if if they revert to their normal super cut methods or if they have a different method over interference.
So both Norths raised to three spades. I really like the bid, working ace and king and three card spade support. Partner should have a real hand for the two spade overcall here.
Yeah, both Wests have shown their heart support. Nickel naturally and Brink artificially via two no trump, but he's in the same position, I'm sure.
Yeah, and now Zach has a serious problem. I mean, this is just an impossible situation when you're the pro. It could be right to save in four spades. It could be right to double four hearts. You just don't know.
I like the double because I think this is a spot where, I don't know much about everyone's play, but most sponsors in this position sitting south don't come in unless they have a very good hand. Like you were explaining the reasons why it's right to bid, but I think a lot of sponsors are not attuned to that. They just look at their hand and say, I have a bad hand, I can't bid. So North with two virtually certain tricks in his hand, only three spades, so a spade will often be cashing. Um, I think has a good case for double here, opposite the range a lot of sponsors would have on the south hand. I mean, here, obviously, Declare is in pretty good shape in four hearts, but we don't, North doesn't know that.
Yeah, it does look to me like four hearts is going to end up making. Declare has to guess one or two things, but I suspect we're going to see a club up towards the queen at some point in the play, and that'll just be the end of the hand. And Zach does double, maybe for the reasons that you're suggesting. I mean, we can see on the right side of the screen that Weinstein has what looks like a pretty automatic four spade bid to me.
Right.
The opponents seem to have kind of confidently bid up to four hearts in a sense. Our side has found a spade fit. We have no defense. The king of diamonds is unlikely to be a trick sitting under the no trump opener. Queen of hearts is a pretty poor card to hold because that means that it's coming down in the opponent's 9-card heart fit. We would much prefer to have a small singleton and for Declare to misguess the trumps, and being 6-4, a little bit of extra offense. So we do see a swing.
Yeah, well, four spades is pretty close to a make also. Ace of clubs on side. Spades coming in. We do need to deal with our club losers, and we can't rely on diamonds to do it. But I think at worst it's going to be down one.
Yeah, and actually, I mean, Levin and Weinstein come up with a huge result here. I think that Brink might have intended pass over four spades as forcing.
I was wondering.
Yeah. And Draver, I mean, didn't really have a four heart bid in the first place. So just elects to let it go.
Yeah, of course, the result at the Weinstein-Levin table is not all that important given what happened in the other room. I have a lot of sympathy for Zach Grossack North with that double. Obviously it looks horrible, and I think the sponsor's probably going to be fairly upset about it, but given the information that he had, I think it's totally reasonable.
Yeah, well, the real problem is that South just needs to bid four spades like Weinstein did. They had the exact
Right.
same auction to that point, and I think
Right.
it is a very clear four spade bid from South. But as you said, I don't know Edmund's style, but if she does tend to play like I would say a lot of sponsors who are overly conservative about their bidding, then she might have felt like, well, I bid two spades. I've already showed a good hand, so why do I need to do something more? The reason you need to do something more with kind of a minimum two spade overcall in a sense is because your hand is offensively oriented, not defensive. So
Right.
even if you pass, which like maybe we could get behind as South, figuring let's just pass out four hearts and see if we can beat it, then when partner doubles, you kind of have to pull to four spades at that point.
Yeah, except Grossack doubled very slowly, so South really can't.
Sure, fine, fine. I mean, I guess that's fair, but yes, South definitely needs to bid four spades at some point in this auction. I think
Yeah.
nickel would have doubled four spades, so it might not have mattered.
Yeah, I suspect so too. And I think you're right. Whoever said that Brink might have thought that his pass was forcing, although kind of against that, he's got three aces and doesn't have a great five level hand. I don't know. But either way, excellent result in both rooms for the nickel team. So one way or another, they were destined for a win on this one.
And so with those 2 points, they're going to leapfrog Edmonds for the lead.
Mhm.
Currently, they'll be up by a bit more than half a board. Super Koopa, you don't see what pass should be forcing. I mean, it different pairs have different agreements about forcing pass. Some of them try and define it based on auction. Some of them have meta rules. I know that Kevin Rosenberg, I'm pretty sure, is the one who has the meta rule that if your side bids a vulnerable game, then you are in a forcing pass scenario. And so here, because East bid four hearts, that would effectively create a forcing pass for them. I might be misquoting Kevin, so don't like take this 100% to heart, but that seems like a pretty sensible meta agreement to me.
Mhm.
And the theory is that like you can't win them all. Like sometimes you just have to bid a
Right.
vulnerable game, even if you don't want to create a forcing pass because like it's the right bid. And now you're in a forcing pass scenario, and your choices are to go minus 790 or minus 800, and you just have to pick between the two, which is fine. Like you can't design a bidding system that always wins, but right, like West could have a hand where it's like I think the opponents might be making four spades, and therefore it could be right for our side to bid out to five hearts, and that's the type of hand that West would probably pass because East is kind of captain. West has opened a no trump and then showed their super accept. So West's hand is pretty well described at this point. So East gets to decide what to do over four spades.
Yeah, I think you can't really have rules for every individual auction because there's just too many of them. But a very common principle is either our side has shown game invitational values or game going values, both either of those two, including a fit. So game invitational including a fit, game going including a fit. The latter would apply here, sets up a force. And I think one of those two is an extremely common expert agreement. Like whichever one you prefer is up to you. But you need some, even if they're just broad rules, some guidelines in these positions. You don't have to worry about every auction, but it's important to take a few minutes to discuss just some general principle to go off because the situations come up all the time.
For sure. Yeah. and you're going to get new auctions. Like the unusual auctions that come up are the ones where both sides are bidding at a high level, because these
Right.
types of things don't happen on every board. And so that's why having forcing pass agreements is really valuable. You and your partner will always be on the same page in these spots. Now, it might be the case that West made a forcing pass and Draver decided to just pass anyway. That is very
I
possible.
strongly suspect that's what happened.
Yeah. Because like East has no defense and no offense. And I don't know why Four Hearts came out. But it did. I mean, it made it the other table. Obviously, it has some merit, right? He has a singleton spade, but it's like, what was it, a 5 count with queen, queen, jack?
Yeah, more or less.
So it's a big stretch to bid Four Hearts on that hand, and obviously both
Yeah.
East bid it, but you don't really want to commit to a forcing pass, which I think is what East eventually decided.
Yeah. I think also important, just to clarify, like, game values in high cards. If it goes like a spade, two hearts, four spades, five hearts on your right, you're not in a force. Four spades was a preempt. So, like, even though four spades is sort of bid to make, that doesn't set up a force, right? It was preemptive four spades. Like, a spade, two hearts, three hearts. Now we're in a force over four hearts, or we should be.
Sure. Well, four
If our
spades
agreement is
is,
game, maybe
yeah,
it shouldn't be a force. But if our agreement is game invitational plus a fit, now we're in a force.
sure, yeah. That's a very sensible agreement to have.
Game going plus a fit, I think makes more sense in the context of everyone opening every 10 and 11 count, because game invitational just means nothing. Like, you and me, a spade, two hearts, three hearts, four hearts doubled, making five. Terrific.
Yeah.
But, in an earlier, more conservative era, game invitational opposite an opening bid meant we had, about 60 to 62% of the high cards at worst. Therefore, a force is fine. If it means we have half the high cards a lot of the time, then it's less fine.
And in the meantime,
Anyway,
on board 21,
yeah, we've gotten to three clubs east-west.
yeah, and with East having no entries, I mean, despite the hearts splitting 3-3, Declare could rough the suit good, but won't have entries to pitch their diamond losers. North is going to get two more clubs and a diamond to defeat this a trick.
Yeah, along with the king of spades I scored earlier.
So three clubs will be down one. Currently, Nickel up 2-0 over Edmonds in their mini match.
Yeah, I don't object to West bidding on this hand. I mean, the alternative is to either pass one spade or pass two no trump, neither of which is that appealing. I think West had kind of marginal decisions both times, made reasonable choices both times. We'll see if Brink does something different.
Diamond, a heart overcall. So we overcall one heart vulnerable with 4, and we overcall one heart non-vulnerable with 5.
Yeah, I mean, South here might be able to double to show 4+ spades. Oh, he bids two spades, weak. Nice tool to have here.
Yeah, I do wonder how weak would be.
Yeah, and how vulnerability dependent it is also.
Because he is unfavorable. It is 6-3-2-2. Queen Jack, third of hearts are mostly completely worthless at this point. But this two spade bid does put a lot of pressure on East-West. So will West come up with a 3-club bid? He does. Look at that. And now can we find a pass from East, or is East going to bid on over 3 clubs?
Yeah, this is a really difficult problem for East to get right, I think.
For sure. It's a 15 count, which is close to a maximum for a 1-level overcall.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, two little clubs isn't great, but, if North-South are, both a little weaker than they actually are, our partner could have more strength, and we just need to be continuing on.
There's three
So
now. How many
they
tricks does
right-sided
declare?
it.
Diamond lead. I was going
Good
to
lead.
say how many tricks is declare making on a spade lead, but it's still not enough, is it? Four hearts, two spades, and the ace queen of diamonds, maybe. But this is looking like down two in 3-0, which means Nickel could get a pickup on this board thanks to that two spade bid from Weinstein.
I'm actually wondering, so in 3-0 Trump, suppose we get a spade lead, we win the queen, we bang out the hearts, South, let's say, plays. I mean, if they should play, if they play a diamond now, that's much better for the defense, or a club. Actually, I guess a club is best. But if they just continue spades, we can cash to more hearts. What do you want North to do?
Oh, are you suggesting that Declare might make it?
They're going to come kind of close. I think if South doesn't play a minor suit when they're at that Queen of Hearts, Declare is going to at least come within eight. He's going to take eight tricks at the very least. But I'm wondering if he can take nine. Like, let's say North pitches two diamonds because they probably don't want to pitch a club. We can exit a club to them. They probably have to play a diamond, but now we can play diamond, diamond back to them.
Well, North can always pitch a club and a diamond.
So if they do that, can we? Now I guess we can't play diamonds to them because they'll have diamonds to cash. We would clubs to them. They do get in. Well, so we play a club to the queen. Do we want them to cash the ace of clubs or not?
Oh, I see. If we play
Right,
a
if they
club
catch
to
the
the
ace of
jack and
clubs,
they
we
lead
still-
the king of diamonds, you just duck from both hands. And so the defense
Right.
gets a heart, they get a diamond, and they get two clubs. Oh.
Right. Yeah. So if North can't pitch a club because now we can actually set up the clubs.
Oh my god, a spade lead would have let 3-0 make. Look at this Weinstein character.
No, I think a spade lead will still beat it if South gets in with the heart and plays a club.
Aha.
I think that'll solve the problem, or possibly a diamond, but one way, a club is
Sure.
definitely good enough.
Yep, okay. All right, you ruined my fun. But 3-0 goes down 2. We didn't get to see the play
3-0
at
would make
all.
it a club on that line of defense a lot because South would just play another. It'll go spade to the jack and queen, and South is gonna say, "Aha, king of spades."
Yeah, something like that. Um,
Yeah. Anyway, nice lead from Weinstein, leading his partner suit rather than his own.
there's really just not much for Declare to do. I mean, after a diamond to the king, a spade comes through. Declare might have tried the spade finesse, but spade, win the ace of spades. Actually, I suppose Declare has problems on diamond to the king and a spade through, don't they?
Yeah, because South now has the entry to the hearts.
Huh. So if Declare really did duck trick one, might they have gone down more than 2? I'll trust the operator's scoring. I mean, it looks like they
Yeah.
lost the play.
Maybe they didn't duck trick one because, does this have an undo function for the operator?
No.
Yeah, so maybe they didn't duck trick one, and the operator just assumed they were going to.
I mean, it's not so easy because if you go up with the ace of diamonds and you don't play a diamond back, you have no entry back to the dummy to lead towards the Diamond Queen later in the play. I mean, it looks like North might get end played into giving you the Diamond Queen, but it's a pretty big position for Declare to take. Oh, I'm sorry, we probably have a score update. Let me get that on screen for you all. We have Team Nickel is overtaken in first place, Team Edmonds. They're over a full board in the lead, in fact, with Team Grossack, Adam Grossack, trailing. And then Edmonds had slipped to third. Goldberg has moved up the standings. I don't know if they were playing against Team Klukowski, but it looks like they have leapfrogged them into fourth place. Klukowski's in fifth. And the Rombos team is in sixth with Fleischer, Salicki, Wildowski, and Masika really struggling.
Goldberg was playing against Masika in the last round. If you click round results, you see each team and their opponents for the round.
Got it. Yeah, so Goldberg went 3-0 against Masika in the last round.
Now, if I leave this window up in the background, does it refresh
It does
automatically?
not. No.
That is super annoying.
But you can leave it up and manually refresh at the end of the set.
Yeah, it's having 8 billion browser windows open. I'll be back in just one moment.
Sure. So where are we going? Who do we want to follow for the next set?
Good question. And we haven't seen the Rimstedts play for Leibowitz. Maybe that would be a fun pair to watch.
Point. Yes. We do need to get more Bermudable gold medalists on screen. So we will have Rimstedts against whoever, or Leibowitz against whoever, coming up. Two more rounds to play in this segment, and then, as previously mentioned, I will be signing off for the rest of the day. So, a bit of a shame that I don't get to commentate for the entire Reisinger, but this was just a unlucky scheduling conflict for me with this week. Got to be up very, very early tomorrow morning, so got to get to sleep soon-ish to make that happen. I'm already exhausted from having set my sleep schedule for this earlier in the week. But yeah, hopefully it's going to be an enjoyable finish to the Reisinger. I think the ACBL does have their stream up on YouTube, at least, if you want to go check it out over there for the final 27 boards. But this was fun.
Actually, I've missed nothing whatsoever. Yeah, I mean, this is always one of my favorite kibitzing events of the year. Partly because you can see a lot of different great players play, but, just getting, we cover a lot of imp events, and that's always enjoyable, but just getting to see something different once a year is fun.
For sure. Yeah, I mean...
Plus, I think you and I both agree this is one of our favorite events to play in.
Absolutely. I was talking about that yesterday.
Yeah, really. To me, playing at this event is, as the equivalent in terms of Great Days of Bridge is playing in the World Open pairs or whatever. Just great pair after great pair after great pair coming to your table.
For sure. You gotta make it past day one, but post day one.
Even day one's a pretty good day of Bridge, but days 2 and 3 are, basically as good Bridge as regular people can get to play. I mean, I'll never be in a Bermuda final, but I can aspire to be in a Reisinger Day 2 or Reisinger final for sure.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in, chat. It's always a lot more fun to do this with you all hanging out. So
yeah.
I appreciate all the support over the past week, and I think we'll be back to our regular broadcasts soonish, but I will keep you updated on Discord maybe. Super Coop asked how many teams entered this thing. I think I saw 34 entered on day one, but I'm not certain about that.
That seems very plausible. I think the last time I played the event a few years ago, it was just about 40, and this is about 20% smaller than some of the other NABCs over the last few years, so that would be just in line. Day two is just always 20, and day three is always 10, but day one is whatever it is. It's not like they do a percentage cut.
Right.
I mean, if they somehow they got 50 teams, maybe day two would have a slightly larger entry, but day three is just always a 10-team final, so you can play it as two complete round robins. And we have the next roundup. Ooh,
Yeah.
rim sets against Basis and Lorenzini. Perfect.
So Lorenzini opens a diamond on the south cards, favorable. Leibowitz does not. Both West come in with a spade. So for the Italians, a spade and no trump, two hearts pretty quickly. And East is going to be thrilled to just pass that. Two hearts, I think, will be the final result.
He is, but check out that one no bid for me. Oh, sorry, I forgot South didn't know. Like, he advanced one no trump, but of course he responded one no trump. South didn't open.
Right.
Yeah, in the other room, North has made a two spade Q bid. If one diamond showed 4+, which it may well have, then North is obviously a lot more comfortable getting to 3 diamonds.
Yeah, and East over there, Mikkel Rimstedt elects to make this kind of responsive type double. Has honor doubleton of spades. Has four
I wonder
hearts.
if he's double might just be honor, lead a spade. I have an honor.
Okay.
It might not say
yeah.
anything about the rest of the hand.
It looks like it was exactly that. Yep, you're absolutely correct because West underleads the ace king fifth of spades against 3 diamonds.
Yeah, and quickly he had no doubt whatsoever that the queen of spades was opposite him.
So this is kind of cute. It doesn't actually end up mattering because West was always going to go ace king of spades in a spade rough, and East doesn't have a natural trump trick that would have cost, but cashing the 3 rounds of spades is nice. Declare does end up making 3 diamonds, though. The ace of diamonds is the last trick for the defense.
Yeah, like if partner had, let's say like Jack 10 or Jack 9 third of trumps and ace king of spades and a spade would have both blown that up, and maybe would have been a useful trick for Declare, then this untangles it. So since it's safe, you might as well do it.
Yeah, now swapping off to the other table, because 3 diamonds will be 110 for North-South. How is the defense doing against 2 hearts? North cashes the ace of clubs and then switches to a diamond.
So good switch. So, I guess a heart switch would have been effective also. Lead through to partners ace queen jack and draw trumps, but of course then Declare has 5 spades ready to go.
Right. I mean, the defense needs to get diamonds going pretty quickly, otherwise all of Dummy's diamonds will go on Declare's spades with the suit splitting 3-3. And
I see. So this is down 1 if they get 3 hearts, a diamond, and 2 clubs.
right. Except the other table is plus 110. So an imp tie, but a board match win here for Team Fleischer opening the south hand, favorable vulnerability.
Right. Yeah, and in fact, there was no way for the rim sets to win the board once North South got to 3 diamonds. They can't beat it, and bidding 3 hearts would be 200 even if it's undoubled.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, just style, if it's not your partnership agreement to open the south hand, then you don't open the south hand, you know. I mean, if you're playing optional 11 counts, I think I would take the option, but I can understand why some players wouldn't. Like vulnerable, I would probably pass the south hand. Unless we had this was agreement to open all 11s regardless of colors, but like with something like land where I play all 11s whites and 11s optional red, I would not open the south hand.
Yeah, it's pretty sensible. And the reason that you wouldn't want to open the south hand vulnerable is that when you're vulnerable at match points or board a match, uh, getting to play a no trump on your side, which is the most likely final contract that you reach when you open a fairly light hand, you rebid one no, showing your weak no trump and partner passes, is always a bad result at match points or board a match. Like you can just kind of compare the number of tricks taken, even if you don't get doubled in this contract, to what would happen if you pass and let the opponents play a no trump. If you're down one, you're minus 100. The opponents would have taken 7 tricks and they would go plus 90. You need to have strong defense. Otherwise, you would rather be minus 100 than minus 120 if you give up an extra trick to them. But if you assume the same number of tricks are going to be taken on both offense and defense, which isn't always the case. I mean, sometimes it's even better to be on opening lead because leading fourth best against one no trump tends to work out for the defending side. But minus 100 versus plus 90. If you're plus 90 and the opponents are vulnerable themselves, then it would be the opposite, right? You would rather have the opponents vulnerable opening. So,
Yep, 7 tricks is 90 on offense and 100 on defense in that setup. Yep.
right, exactly. It's just the reverse. I mean, it's different
120, 200,
if,
whatever it is.
yeah, but so like it's different if the opponents are non-vulnerable because now if they get to one no trump, they'll be minus 50. And so that's why it's a lot more attractive to open 11 counts non-vulnerable because your side gets to a no trump, you go minus 50, and that's always a win. If you're minus 50 and they would have been plus 90, you beat that score. If you go minus 100, they would have been plus 120, you beat that score. So always beneficial to open lighter when you're non-vulnerable for this reason.
Yeah, I think, for that, all the reasons you just said. With a hand like South, I don't mind opening with these particular high cards, but I'd really want a 4-card major because now we have a chance of avoiding this trap you're talking about. Like, 4-4-3-2 with these high cards, or like move the Queen of Clubs into one of the hypothetical 4-card majors with that hand. Like, great, it's fantastic opening bid for me. Queen 4th, Ace, Queen, Jack 4th, Queen 10 third, too little. I'm thrilled to death to open a diamond vulnerable. Yeah, we might end up, it goes a diamond past a no trump. This is bad for us, but it goes a diamond past anything else. It's probably really good.
Okay, I am drawn to board 23 now because this could get ugly very quickly for North-South. South gets to open a heart with the 11 count. West is not going to come in. And North is going to start bidding spades. So East passes for now. South will rebid 2 clubs. And North may well rebid 2 spades here.
And I think West certainly is known to like doubling opponents. I'm not sure about East, but West definitely loves it.
Yeah, but I think Samantha is going to have no trouble whatsoever. What? How can East not double 2 spades here? He knows hearts are splitting badly too. I mean, I would absolutely understand if East was sitting on like 3 small hearts, not doubling, because now the opponents might run to like a 5-2 or 5-1 heart fit and come out okay, but East knows hearts are not splitting.
Yeah.
Wow.
Is it possible that East is just worried that his partner won't understand what he means by his double of 2 spades?
No, I
don't think so. Like in the other room, East couldn't double because a heart past 2 spades weak. It is a takeout double.
Yep, but Ola knew exactly what to do here. He could see this coming and reopens with double, all pass.
I think Samantha's double should be penalty, but obviously he wasn't sure that Versace would realize it. I think is what happened. Like, I think he knows defending 2 spades is not going to be, that 2 spades won't be a winning contract north-south. So I think his lack of a double suggests he wasn't totally sure how it would be taken.
I think it was just laziness. Like, maybe he was worried the opponents could run to 3 clubs. And if we pass out 2 spades, we just go plus, and otherwise three clubs is could be a much lesser penalty for North South, or might even make. But I think that's just got to be losing a losing decision at board a match. I mean, you see what happened in the other room. They had effectively the same auction in a sense, and
Right.
they got doubled in two spades and didn't run to clubs. I mean, three clubs also would be a massacre with West's club holding. So
So does the defense have to be careful? They can superficially get 800, two clubs, two diamonds, and four spades would be 800. Do they have to be somewhat careful and shorten East trumps to get them all?
it does seem likely, yes.
Because otherwise you might be able to end play East out of one of his trump tricks. I mean, that is a very common way for hands like this to play out, that when you have a trump suit like East's, you'd better rough even some of the middle interiors to avoid getting end played out of them. Whether this is a hand of that type, I'm not quite sure yet.
Yeah, for sure. Two spades does go down three at the other table, as they were a little bit faster to play through the
Yeah.
board.
So down two is a win for the Rimstets.
Yeah, this will definitely be another nice result for Leibowitz, so they'll even up the score in the match at one apiece. But so let's see. What does Mikkel want to do? King of diamonds. West plays the 8. I imagine this is a count signal rather than attitude, but I'm not certain. Queen of diamonds. West plays the 7 now. And now East knows. I mean, East already knew maybe that he needed to switch after 2 rounds of diamonds.
Well, and he knows the count, like he knows Declare is roughing a third round of diamonds because partner's guaranteed to have the ace, and therefore Declare can only have the two he started with.
Ooh, okay. We get a lot of distribution on board 24, but I'm going to stick with the defense to 2 spades doubled for just a second. Because if East switches to heart, okay, he does find the club switch. Now I don't think they have any trouble getting 800.
So on a heart switch, how do you envision the play continuing?
Well, Declare would win the ace, ruff a diamond, and lead a heart up. And so now if East ruffs, the King of Hearts is still a winner to pitch a club. And if East doesn't rough, Declare gets to score the King of Hearts, which is obviously bad news for the defense. So I think it is really important for East to, just on this lie of the cards, for East to either knock out the club ace or for East to prematurely remove that diamond rough entry to the north hand.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, we'll leave them to it. I mean, this is going to be a win for Team Leibowitz. In the other room, a diamond passes spade, and West comes in 2 hearts, 6-5 in the majors. 3 diamonds by Grossack on his 14 count. 3 no by Leibowitz. Oh my. But they have missed the mark on this one. I mean, 7 clubs is an exceptionally good contract. Oh yeah, Super Koopa points out that players would almost certainly be game forcing with the diamond pass 2 clubs on the south hand. You really want to get your game forces in as early as possible to make sure that if you get preempted for whatever reason, or just to like establish the game force early so that you don't have to go through several rounds of bidding, making artificial bids to let partner know that you have extra values. And you bid your suits in the natural order. You want to bid your long suits first, generally.
Yeah, and there's no danger of missing a spade suit here. Like, I guess it's possible you could get in a position where spades are bid by someone and it might not be natural, but then the other person's raise is natural, so you can still sort it out.
Yeah, I mean, it turns out that 7 clubs goes down because both diamonds and clubs are 4-1. But
Right.
I
If clubs are 3-2 even, you could rough the diamonds good and still draw trumps.
I mean, I honestly suspect that Basis and Lorenzini are going to get to 7 clubs on the north-south hands. It might depend on what Ola Rimstedt does with the 6-5 in the majors, because if West sticks in a very large preempt of some kind, or if West does something to show both majors, then maybe north-south will... I
No, the
guess,
problem with
yeah.
Game King that would work. I was just going through that line. You need East to have a third heart for that though, because you need to be able to rough the two spades and then effectively trump coup East. But since East is roughing the third heart, your position's going to be screwed up. You can't rough three spades. You need to be able to cash that third heart. Well, actually, no. I
I mean,
guess
look,
you
look.
can.
7 clubs can make double dummy. We can take
It can make double.
advantage
Yeah,
of the stiff
yeah.
9 of diamonds, but I don't think that that is a realistic line of play.
No, you can still do it though. I think you just as I said, rough two spades, draw trumps and claim.
Oh, I see. Actually, we can do that. Just rough 2 spades. I see. Sure, sure.
Yeah, and then take a heart finesse at trick 12 or whatever.
But that's not going to be a declarer's line of play in
No.
7 clubs.
Yeah, it is true. I stand corrected. I was looking, well, I wasn't looking at just the simple line of draw trumps, claim, and take a finesse. Anyway, they've gotten to three no trumps, so wow, nice play, Larry Leibowitz. Diamond to the 10 holding.
Yeah, kind of amusing. Um, but it's relatively safe. I mean, he's just trying to set up the diamond suit, and there's no benefit to picking off a singleton queen or jack with West. So
Right.
this is definitely the best way to play diamonds. Now he can freely
Yeah,
take the
think we're
heart
down
finesse
on
as well. And so he's going to make all 13 tricks if he takes the heart finesse at this point. Theoretically to the
Wow.
jack right now.
And surely we're confident in the location of the Queen of Hearts.
Oh, there was a 2 heart overcall. That's true. I it's been so long I didn't even remember the bidding. So, and then I suppose the question is, will they make 7 clubs? I think the answer to that is almost certainly not. Clubs if diamonds are 3-2. Like you just play
Mm-hmm.
for not 4-1 in both diamonds and clubs. That seems like a...
Lane 50-50. Probably want to play six clubs. Like a lot of times at match points, or even a board match with a really excellent pair in your seats at the other table, all you need is better than 50% to have positive equity in bidding the grand. But here it's the sponsor pair, so if it's going to be tough for North South to get to the grand of the other table, maybe you want to play six clubs because the sponsor in your seat is the one responding to clubs, and maybe he'll play six clubs worse than you do, and just bidding in the small slam was a potential win.
Yeah, there's that
Maybe they
consideration
missed
as
it
well.
entirely. I give it to Mexer and Rodwell at the other table. Yeah, if the grand is better than 50-50, you bid the grand.
So different start to the auction means West can show both majors. I mean, at this point, this whole concept of playing for either clubs or diamonds to split might be... We'll see. I mean, there's a lot of bidding left. I guess I'll discuss 7 clubs if we get there. East bids 2 spades. I mean, for starters, South can double. It sounds to me like North's double of 2 diamonds. Actually, I don't know what North's double of 2 diamonds was. Maybe it was diamonds.
Yeah, I wonder if it did just confirm natural diamonds. I'm not sure if North South are, um, three diamond bidding opening a diamond on 4-4-3-2 or a club. They might open a diamond with that shape. And standard French principles.
I think it's a diamond for them, but I don't know either. Okay, Lorenzini passes. Another one of these benefits to starting with two clubs, right? Like now the opponents have come in, but you can make a forcing pass. You're in a game force. So North can balance with three clubs. And if North does, they're going to be off to the races. I'll make an interesting meta point in that let's assume North-South do get to a large number of clubs, whether it's 6 or 7. Lorenzini will probably have already kind of built a picture of his partner's hand in the auction and might be thinking along the lines of roughing spades in the North hand, just because his partner is known to be short in spades the way the sequence has gone so far. So when the play shows up, like that might be his first plan, is to think about roughing spades and dummy, and he might then not consider alternative lines. But we'll see. Bassi selects to rebid the 6-card diamond suit, which seems like a really strange decision to me, having already doubled 2 diamonds, rather than showing a bit of club support.
Right. I mean, this isn't like a major past 2 clubs where it could be a double 10. South 2 clubs in this auction is a real suit.
Okay, this makes things a lot more challenging for Lorenzini.
I mean, there's no way that they play like double is support for clubs in this auction, and now he's showing 3 clubs and is showing his 6 diamonds via 3 diamonds. Like that would be a totally bizarre, insane agreement. But North is not a bizarre, insane player.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point as well. Okay, South bids 3 hearts. Normally in these sequences, when you have 2 unbid suits, you're going to be showing stoppers. So South's 3 heart bid primarily is asking partner for a spade stopper to bid 3 now. I mean, we can tell that that's not South's intention. South is never bidding or playing in 3 no trump with this hand, but he's starting to create some sort of cue bidding sequence, basically.
No, it is true. The North on the left-hand table has definitely been, a little frisky this segment or this session. But, nonetheless, like, you know, psyching against, just some random pair with a heart and a spade at border matches, whatever. This, like, in a delicate partnership auction, psyching would be very strange, you know. Like the other hand, where it was like, okay, fine, my partner has nothing, I can just do whatever I want, is pretty different from here, where, South is showing a game forcing natural bid. 3 hearts redoubled is cold.
Let's see. Like, how true is that actually? They lead a trump. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Is that really true? We can make 3 hearts or so?
Yeah, okay. So West leads a trump. So what's going on? You can't pull trumps.
I mean, is the 9 of spades somehow a problem? Like,
No, it's
because that's the thing. Like, we need to cash our minor suit winners, because if we rough spades, that doesn't really help. Those are naturals anyway. So, I don't think we can make 3 hearts redoubled unless I'm missing something. 1 heart maybe. 3 seems. 9 tricks and heart seems tough.
I mean, first of all, like, South's redouble is not an offer to play. So let's start there. Yeah, eight tricks is definitely available. Eight tricks can be done just by pulling trumps, because now the nine of spades comes into play. West can just rough in on the minors and exit the king of spades. We win the ace, continue playing clubs. West roughs in and can cash the jack ten of spades, and we eventually score the nine of spades.
Yeah, West has no exit cards to throw us in with.
Actually, I guess maybe West's fifth spade gets set up on that line. So, but fine. Like, I'm convinced that eight is doable. We don't have to pull trumps. We can just start running clubs at West.
Right. Yeah, that's true, Chef. You did pick off South Spade. So three spades by North, probably just saying he can't bid three no trump. I don't think three spades shows much beyond that.
Right. Basis is just not sure what partner's doing. South is game forced with two clubs. Great. Then South has cubed the opponent's suit, and now South has redoubled. And okay, South bids five no. So, I mean, this is going to be a practical choice in the midst of
I
the. You think South is raising?
No, I was gonna say I strongly suspect that at some point along the way, North has shown clubs because South couldn't offer a choice of clubs and diamonds without knowing that North had shown clubs at some point.
I don't know about that. I mean, I think South could be offering no Trump as a possible place. Oh, okay. Six clubs all passed. Six clubs made six. Uh,
It's possible.
oh, adjusted. Six clubs made seven. We don't know how Declare played it. Great. We can't resolve
I would
this.
Yeah, I would love to know if we missed some alerts in this auction. But anyway, nice result for North South. They got to a good enough contract to win the board.
So Fleischer picks up 2-1, a victory in that set. Of course, they were way down in the standings at the start of the segment. Here are our current standings. We have Nickel in first still. It looks like during the eighth set, Nickel ended up playing against, I mean, I can't tell. They played against Salicki. Actually, they got clobbered against one of the lower ranked teams.
I mean, not clobbered. They won one board out of three.
Right. So Nickel up there in
Yeah,
first, Grossack in second, Goldberg in third, and Edmonds in fourth. And then there is a pretty significant gap, over a board and a half, down to Klukowski, Rombo, Fleischer, and so on.
yeah, and of course for the Goldberg team, Goldberg has not played yet. She will presumably be coming into the next set, so that'll be a little hard for that team to, I think, maintain their current standing. But Connie's a decent player. Probably not quite as strong as the teammate that she's replacing, who's going to be Palma. She plays with Poon, but nonetheless, they'll still have chances to do okay the next set. But I would guess that team rates to slip a little bit in the standings.
Yeah, they had a big match this segment against the, earlier leaders in Edmonds. They picked up 2.5 out of 3.
Yeah, and of course, against that, I would expect the team, both number four and in fourth place, to pick up a little bit. Wouldn't be surprised at least to see the third and fourth place teams flip, since we'll have Ger Helgamo coming in to replace Jody Edmonds. So,
Okay, where are we headed? The next round just
uh,
started.
yeah, let's see. Are there any Rombo versus Fleischer? Looks like it might be the top match here.
Let's get
There's also
Edmonds
Nickel
against
Goldberg.
Woldowski. We have not seen Woldowski yet
Oh
today.
yeah, sure.
So we'll do that. Finally getting the last team that we haven't seen, I'm pretty sure, on screen. They're not having a great day, Team Woldowski.
Why can I not find them in the? Here we go. Edmonds Woldowski. So we
Grossack opens a
have
diamond, and Gerard passes. So Zach Grossack kind of, we were talking about it, the vulnerability earlier, and especially with both majors, you really want to get involved in the auction as soon as possible. Like sitting back and waiting to be able to double like a no trump if it goes like a club pass a no trump or two clubs or two diamonds or something with this north hand is not that appealing. Thank you, Super Koopa.
yeah, I mean, it just depends on your agreements. Like, yeah, I think, again, if we agree to open all 11s non-vulnerable, fine, this is close enough for me. Gerard and Lair are, again, much older generation, very, both of them are very down the middle players.
Are you sure about that? Did you see what happened at their table?
Um, yeah, I see Lair did open two spades in third seat, but I think for opening bids, my point stands.
Sure. Yeah, that seems reasonable.
Third seat preamps, whatever. It's your turn, you make some bid.
So over in the Grossack Edmonds table, diamond, a spade, two spades. West not wanting to come in with five diamonds, at least not yet. Two spades very likely to pass back around to him, and we'll see if Wildowski balances, and if so, with what.
Yeah, he sells out, I think. Mostly a concession to the vulnerability is my guess, as well as the fact that the sponsor is playing it.
So couple that with what's going on in the other room. Draver and Brink make a takeout double of two spade opener, and East comes in with four hearts, kind of a maximum passed hand. The hands kind of fit well together, but there is a 4-1 trump split looming.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of losers outside. I mean, they got, those two aces to lose, but they don't have any slow losers. I mean, if they can just manage to lead hearts a couple of times through North, they're in okay shape. I mean, I guess they do need to rough one spade, but the king of diamonds is a pitch for the other one.
Yeah, they can definitely beat it by forcing the east hand and forcing the west hand, I guess, for that matter. So that jack of diamonds is an important card. If North at some point finds a diamond to the ace and a diamond back, or if South, when they get in with the ace of diamonds, finds a diamond back to force the east hand, then four hearts will go down a trick, at least one trick, probably exactly one. But with two spades coming home at the other table, four hearts down one is still going to be a victory for Team Edmonds. Looks like the defense against two spades is probably going to score a couple of clubs, a heart, a diamond, but that might be it. 140 will cover for the minus 100 and four hearts.
Yeah, and I do have a lot of sympathy with Gerard's decision not to double. He doesn't have any real security that he's going to beat it, and anytime that his opponents are a level higher than his teammates, it's probably bad to double, right? If it makes you've lost the board regardless, and if it goes down, they're going down more tricks at your table than the other table, so the double gains nothing.
That seems
It's
sensible.
only right to double when four hearts is down and the other table is playing four hearts. So if you think that, one of those things might not be true, then there's no positive equity to doubling.
And it sounds as if Gerard has some sort of inclination to believe that partner could have a 5-card spade suit, because at this vulnerability, he didn't think very hard about saving in four spades or even just bidding four spades
Right.
directly over the takeout double to put maximum pressure on the opponents at this vulnerability. So he probably suspects that a lot of the time his partner has opened two spades when the player in the other room, Jody Edmonds, would not.
Yeah, and I think he also knows that three spades of these colors is going to buy the contract some decent percentage of the time. And I believe everyone on the Wildowski team has won this event before. I'm going to take a look here. Has Ron Gerard won this event? Gerard has not. He's won national championships, I believe. National major team championships, but I guess not this one. Ron Gerard, ACBL. Um, he has won both a Spin Gold and a Vanderbilt, but not a Reisinger.
Got it. So Declare in Four Hearts has roughed a couple of spades, and I guess that's going to be a little bit too much for Declare to handle, but of course Four Hearts is just going to go down one trick. North-South didn't. Wait. South ducked the Ace of Diamonds?
That seems weird.
Oh my.
Declare's just making this now. He's gonna play
Yup.
clubs north and take two trump tricks.
Yep. Okay, I take it all back. Four Hearts makes. I mean, Edmonds was already winning the board, but it feels pretty good to go plus 620 on
Yeah.
those cards. Whoopsies.
Yeah, I guess it's a much more embarrassing loss than losing the board because you judge not to double four hearts.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, good non-double then. If that's going to be the way that we end up defending.
Yeah,
Maybe
so
North
in
gave the wrong count signal. I have no idea. But
So on board 26 on the left, I believe East-West are 12 to 14 no trumpers. So West is actually presumably open a club partly because he could not open to 15 to 17 no trump. Obviously it's not perfect with two unsolved majors, but a lot of players would do it anyway.
yeah, we've seen a lot of off-shape no trumps already in this event, and that's going to be relatively common. Players
Yeah,
really care about playing in no trump.
yeah, but I'm almost positive that Dabbledowski are weak no trumpers at all colors.
How did they make it to the finals playing that? That's just a losing system.
They've won the event playing that, I think possibly more than once.
Oh, it's painful. Don't tell me more.
They also won a USBF trials. They've won this once. I think they've also won an open border match playing with I think John Rengstorff was on the team. It might have, but I don't. I think it was Rengstorff Korean playing with Dalvin Wildowski. Anyway, North South have brushed off the opening bid at that table to get to four spades.
Yeah, but Brink chooses a different opening bid, likes to put pressure on the opponents. 3 club opener in third seat.
Yeah, and after the double, what could South do? He could try three no trump, or he could try bidding his only four card suit, which is what he did, and he is buying exceptionally poorly.
Yes, absolutely. Tom asks, why do I think weak no trump is losing? Only vulnerable. I mean, you really don't want to be forcing your side to the 2 level when you're vulnerable, if the opponents have a large majority of the high card points. I can't say how often the opponents have like 24 highs when you open a no trump and you have 12 to 14 or whatever the range is, but when you're vulnerable, they're going to double you, especially at this form of scoring, and plus 200, plus 500, plus 800, whatever it is just going to be a huge loss for your side. So
Yeah, and you're also going to miss just a lot of normal two of a major contracts. Like if you have like 12 opposite 6, you open a club, partner bids a heart, you bid 2 hearts. Like, or you open an Ultram and play it there. And if you're not vulnerable, you open an Ultram and play it there. And who cares? You go minus 50 or 100 when the other side had more of the high cards anyway. Here, vulnerable, missing your fit is an enormous loss. Non-vulnerable, missing your fit isn't nearly as big a deal.
It's not great, but it's a lot less costly if it's the opponent's hand.
yeah, I mean, I think that kind of comes out in a wash, though, right? Like, you're always going to have a no trump range where opening a no trump causes you to miss a 4-4 major suit fit.
Oh, for sure. But when it's the strong range and you miss the fit, you probably have a plus score anyway. When it's the weak range and you miss the fit, you often don't.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
I mean, that's more of an imp thing where all you care about is the fact of the plus, not the size of the plus. But it's certainly something.
Declare is in a position in four spades where they can take the rest on the left side of the screen. East West have already collected four tricks on defense against that
Yeah, I was
contract.
gonna say not
But
not when they give West a rough with this deuce of spades.
yeah, Wiv need to guess that Jack of Spades. I mean, Super Koopa, I completely agree with you that weak no trump has like situations where it wins, but I don't think that anyone in the world other than British players still believe that a weak no trump is not losing bridge at vulnerable. Like there might be one or two other pairs in the world that still play it.
Right. And yeah, I think like Davidovsky are basically the only top American pair that play that way, which tells you something. Everyone else has rejected it.
Yeah, a lot of the British pairs have gotten rid of it as well. Like it's still fine non-vulnerable. I'm not a big fan of it, but a lot of pairs in the world seem to play it. I mean, a bunch of them play these like mini no trumps if you're favorable, which seems to be increasing in popularity. But vulnerable, I mean, you just gotta have your bids. Like Craig and I already kind of pointed out a lot of the match point reasons for it. But even at imps, it's pretty important to have real strong no trumps when you're red. Let's take a look though at board 27, last board of the day, because there's a lot of shape around the table. One spade, two spades, Michaels.
Yeah. Hello, how was it?
Three clubs, pass are correct from East, and this is probably the forward-going type of pass are correct. A lot of pairs over this two spades Michaels will have
Last hand. I'll be back to catch up in a minute.
are going to have a way to distinguish between advancer having values or having just basically some hand that wants to escape to three of a minor. Whoa!
Yeah, that's really surprising. If he's really showed a constructive three club bid, isn't West, very happy to accept?
Yeah,
Like he doesn't
so
have to jump to five clubs. He can cube it, he can bid four clubs. He doesn't have to commit the hand to the level quite yet.
yeah, in that case, maybe East didn't show a constructive hand, but
Oh, sorry. I guess it's right. People play two no constructive, and this is. I was so mesmerized by the hand being good, I forgot that three clubs actually is supposed to show the weaker range.
well, I don't know what's supposed to show the weak range. I've heard people play two no as the weak range. I'm
Oh, I
not
thought
sure
it
the
was more
reason for
common to
it.
play. I thought it was more common to play two no constructive and three clubs the weak pass correct.
I don't recall. But yeah, I mean, very strange for East West to not at least find their way to a club game here, or even a heart game. I mean, four hearts is not crazy at board a match, but probably prefer to be in clubs. Different type of sequence in the other room, but two no trump over a spade for Brinkendraver shows hearts and clubs.
Two spades would be hearts and diamonds precisely.
Yeah, I suppose. Super Koopa says
Yes,
if
it
he knew
is.
he was opposite hearts and clubs, it's easier. I'm not even convinced that's true. I mean, ace and one, king and one opposite partner suits is pretty nice. And you probably want some sort of sequence where a partner can bid 3 spades and you can just bid 3 no with your queen jack fifth, right? Maybe.
Yes, that's what's happened in the other room. He's just shown values and denied hearts. So, reasonable description of his hand. I mean, of course, the problem, when you play the way East West are in that room, you find out about the exact suits immediately, which is really nice, but you lose the extra step that you have over a normal two spades Michaels, which is also nice to have.
Yeah, and so okay, well, we only have one table in play, so let me actually move it to the other side. It was here. And now we can get a full explanation. Good hand for 3-0 at most 2 hearts. 4 diamonds by West. Looks like it is pick a contract, and East has chosen hearts in preference to the form of scoring. Okay.
Yeah, and whatever four diamonds is at this point, having denied more than two hearts, East might as well send the message, yes, hearts is playable. West could be 6-5.
For sure. Yeah.
East hearts could be better than they actually are, given that he already had the method to deny a third heart.
Yeah, but East has not showed clubs in this sequence. So West is saying, please pick between hearts and clubs, and I think this 4-heart bid should end the auction. South might be thinking about coming in for spades here.
Yeah, I would say I'm not as convinced as you are about the meaning of four diamonds, but oh, he passes. You are correct. I take it back.
Michael Howe says, warning, board 27 was fouled. Replacement board played, but Vugraph only able to display the result. So I guess we don't know what actually happened on this board.
Yeah, although we've got play in the other room and play here, so who knows? Also wonder how it was fouled. Maybe somehow it was played out of order at one table. I mean, that shouldn't happen. The directors, I guess actually directors do pass out a whole stack of boards. Even if it's not the full 27, they might pass out 12 or 15 and then replace them halfway through the set. But I don't think they're passing out new boards with every round.
I mean, I think the last time I played in this, we just had a stack of 27 boards on the chair next to us.
Yeah, I think that's probably how it works.
So let's talk about event security for a second. with players up and roaming around, I mean, anyone could just pull cards out of a board and look at it. I mean, it would probably be a big gamble, but still having all of the boards for the entire day just sitting there on a chair, on every chair in the room.
I mean, keep in mind there's cameras on every table.
Oh, there are. Why can't we see them?
I don't know, but I know the ACBL does record every table.
Oh, wow. When did that start?
A couple of NABCs ago, maybe. They were always recording. I think actually it's been going on for a while, right? I mean, when you were in Philadelphia, you didn't notice cameras on poles all around the room.
Well, I never played behind screens.
They do it for not screens events also.
Oh, no, I guess I didn't notice them, but yeah, that would have been the only time that I would have played in NABC since they implemented it, I guess.
Yeah, relatively new, but not super, super new, within the last couple of years.
I mean, the way that not FIDE, the WBF, sorry, wrong game, I'm tired. The way the WBF did the Bermuda Bowl was actually super cool. We had the camera from the actual event space. So I was able to do commentary on the players playing at the table, and we could see the emotions and everything. That was great. We need to do that. I mean, if people want to make bridge interesting and exciting, you need to be able to see the players for the
Yeah.
commentary.
Yeah, and for sure, right? Like just seeing, cards on a screen or hand diagrams. Like it's very good for people who are already bridge enthusiasts, but to get people into the game, you need, to show the personalities.
Okay, four hearts is going down, so three clubs making six is going to win the board, right? Kind of crazy. Um, yeah, Declare just has no tricks in this contract with the trumps 5-1, can't pull trumps. North is going to get all three of their hearts as well as the Diamond King. Koopa, you played in a regional event where there were cameras everywhere, or I think that was just the NSA violating your privacy.
Yeah, just those, recording technology is so cheap now, there's just no reason not to do it. I think that's the idea, like even if the videos are never shown publicly, the AZBL has its archive of every hand, every pair is played from, date X through the present. So if there ever are questions, you've got the pair's whole history.
That's nice. Yeah. I mean, hopefully they'll learn something from the Bermuda Bowl broadcast. Like, that was actually uh, a well-run event. I mean, for the most part, we had some hiccups, but it was the WBF's first time doing the thing.
Yeah, and, these organizations, particularly ACBL, just don't appreciate how important the broadcasting is to, to building their presence. Like, the game grows if the game has to grow by word of mouth and like someone says, hey, I went to the bridge tournament in San Francisco, it was really fun, why don't you start playing bridge? Like even if they do, that's one person, fantastic, it just doesn't get the organization that far. You need like you have people coming into stream because you stream other stuff and maybe their friend was watching. You can get a lot of people in that way, and the better the broadcast is, the more people are going to be engaged with the content.
The fuck was the six of diamonds discard?
Well, that's a good question. So let's see, three clubs east west plus three. So I guess I need to make it to
Yeah,
win the
no,
board,
this is going
which is
down,
not going
but
to happen.
like,
So it's yeah,
dude, I just, why is North discarding tricks? I don't get it.
yeah, good question. Although of course doesn't really matter.
No, no, but like, this wasn't one of these spots where he was like, oh, maybe partner has an extra trump or has the queen of clubs, right? Like it's
Right.
possible. No, West bid like Michaels showing hearts and clubs, and he already saw partner show out in hearts. Like this. Ah. Okay. Anyway, they beat it two tricks.
Yeah, good enough.
Good enough. Wildowski wins the board. Do we have updated results? We do. Okay, so at the halfway point, these are our results. Hey, there's only one way for Goldberg to
Whoa.
go, and that's down, because they are currently leading the event at the halfway point. Nichols in second. They've bounced back. Edmonds also bounces back. They're in third. Klukowski, hot on their heels, as is Team Grossack. A big separation there between the top five then and the bottom five teams. Rombo, Masika, Fleischer, Salicki, and Wildowski actually bringing up the tail of the field. So,
Yeah. But I mean, boy, that carryover is turning out to be super important for Nickel. They actually played Goldberg in the last set and only won half a point. Goldberg got two and a half to leapfrog into first place, but with the carryover, Nickel's still only half a board behind him.
yeah, no monster scores put up. I mean, Goldberg picking up 16.5 in the set, which
Yeah,
is
3 boards over average, so a nice set. But yeah, as you say, someone very often puts up an absolute moose.
oh, for sure. I mean, I I feel like I frequently see scores that are just like 19.5 or 20 on a 27 board set and board a match. A bit less likely in this strong of a field, and especially with only 10 pairs, that just like normal distribution sort of thing, like you're not going to have as many outliers. But
Yeah,
still, like if Zimmerman gets going or like his front four get going in the final segment, then they could easily have that type of set. So could Team Edmonds, so could Nickel, so could
yeah, more common on day
Leibowitz.
two.
Yeah.
Those big games are more common on day two when you play 3 board rounds. But there's some, a lot of weaker teams in the field. But yeah, like, just you got some good luck, and all of a sudden you put up, 18 in the Reisinger. It's absolutely something that happens.
Okay, well, on that note, thanks everyone for hanging out for the
Yeah, it
entire
was great.
week. Thank you, Craig, for joining me. This was super awesome.
A pleasure as always.
And I am going to be signing off in just a minute, but make sure to check out Into Bridge if you haven't done the Daily Celeb Challenge. I am the Daily Celeb for today, so have fun picking up your free IBPs by beating me on every single hand. Good luck doing that. And I'll probably be back next weekend. We'll play some more of my normal robot game. So
Cool.
thanks for
Sounds
all the
awesome.
support, everyone. Thanks for all the new subs and all the new followers and everything, both on Twitch and YouTube. And have a great day.
Cool.
Y'all.
Yep. Enjoy your evening, everyone. Good night.
Yeah, good night.